Esther. Good morning, everyone. This is the Special Committee on Gun Violence, Wednesday, November the 3rd of 2021. I understand that state law currently requires that the following announcement be made at the beginning of every remote public hearing as follows. Due to the current public health emergency, City Council committees are currently meeting remotely. We are using Microsoft Teams to make these remote hearings possible. Instructions for how the public may view and offer public testimony at public hearings of council committees are included in the public hearing notices that are published in the Daily News, Enquirer, and Legal Intelligencer prior to the hearings and can also be found on phlcouncil.com. Will the clerk please call the roll to take attendance? Members that are in attendance, say present when their names are called. Also, please say a few brief words when responding so that your image will be displayed on screen when you speak.
Councilmember Alan Dom.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, colleagues.
And Councilmember Derek Green.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. I am present.
And Councilmember Helen Gim.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. I'm present.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing of the Special Committee on Gun Violence regarding Resolution 170609. Will the clerk please read the title of the resolution? You're on mute, Brett.
My apologies, Mr. Chair.
It's okay.
Resolution 170609, a resolution authorizing the creation of a special committee on gun violence prevention to address Philadelphia's enduring plague of gun violence by facilitating coordination among stakeholders and formulating a comprehensive gun violence prevention strategy.
Before we begin to hear testimony from the witnesses we have for today, everyone who has been invited to the meeting to testify should be aware that this public hearing is being recorded. Because the hearing is public, participants and viewers have no reasonable expectation of privacy. By continuing to be in the meeting, you are consenting to being recorded. Additionally, prior to recognizing members for the questions or comments they have for witnesses, I will note for the record that at this time, we will use the chat feature available in Microsoft Teams to allow members to signify that they wish to be recognized. In order to comply with the Sunshine Act, the chat feature must only be used for this purpose. At this time, we will begin the council hearing, and this is a follow-up to a recent Special Committee on Gun Violence hearing to look at strategies, recommendations, and ways on how we can collaborate and work together as city agencies in addressing the senseless issue of gun violence that are taking place here in the city of Philadelphia. Over the last 2 years, we're embarking upon losing 1,000 people to senseless gun violence. Again, that's 1,000 families this coming Thanksgiving that will not have a loved one at the dinner table. That's 1,000 families this coming Christmas that will not have a loved one at the dinner table. That's 1,000 families who will not have the opportunity to celebrate, whether it's a Ramadan, Jewish, Asian, or any ethnic background holiday, which is coming up. But overall, we have 1,000 families who have been significantly impacted by senseless gun violence. So this is an opportunity for us to strategize, recommend, collaborate, and work together in addressing the senseless gun violence that have been taking place here in the city of Philadelphia. At this particular time, I'm going to ask for the clerk to please call the panel for the resolution number 170609.
Deputy Mayor Cynthia Figueroa.
Good morning, council member. It's a pleasure to be with you and other members. I prepared a small presentation. Thank you, Brett. Oh, we have to start from the top. So I'm going to do my remarks as we go through the presentation. And thank you very much to Brett for helping us this morning. Good morning once again. I'm Cynthia Figueroa, Deputy Mayor for the Office of Children and Families. And thank you, Chairperson Kenyatta Johnson and members of the Special Committee on Gun Violence Prevention. I'm joined today with our fabulous and extraordinary Commissioner of DHS, Kimberly Ali, our ever-present and committed Commissioner of Parks and Recs, Catherine Ott-Lavelle, also our Chief of Prevention Services, the woman who gets it done all the time, Waleska Maldonado, and a number of representatives from my team. Before I start on the formal presentation, Councilman Johnson, I just want to personally thank you for the leadership and support you've showed our office and members of my leadership as we've been thinking creatively and working in partnership with council as we think of ways to address gun violence and the way that it's plaguing our community and our young people. So I'm going to go to the next.
I want to also just thank you and your team for your collaborative effort and focusing on violence prevention here in the city of Philadelphia. Obviously, we'll get an opportunity to hear you note such significant progress in regards to how we're addressing out of school time services, the quote unquote, some people don't call them curfew, but I call them curfew centers to address young people. And so this is an opportunity for us to, again, strategize, collaborate, come up with recommendations. Special shout out to the DHS Commissioner from South Philadelphia, Kimberly Ali, and also my good friend, Catherine Level I, because y'all on the ground working. I mean, at the end of the day, when we talk about prevention and giving young people an opportunity to get involved and things that are positive and improving the quality of life of families, a lot of that work takes being out on the street, dealing with people, meeting them where they're at day in and day out. And so with that being said, I'll let you begin your presentation. And I just want to also acknowledge the presence of my colleague, Councilwoman Kendra Brooks, also, who's in attendance.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Council Member. So today, next slide, please. Today, my plan is to provide an overview, as we were talking, of the prevention and intervention services that are offered by our Office of Children and Families, specifically the Department of Human Services, Philadelphia Parks and Rec, Prevention, and the Free Library. Our vision is to improve outcomes for all children and families, adults, and to reimagine a more inclusive and equitable world where children are safe, families are strong, and communities have access to strong school, libraries, recreation, and public parks. We've organized our work towards reaching these 4 goals. You see them reflected here on our presentation. Our goals are to have families have the resources and supports that they need for their children's safety and success, that children enter school ready to learn, and that they have skills they need to be successful in school. Communities are connected to strong schools, libraries, recreation, and public parks. Youth and adults have the opportunity that includes skill building, training, workforce development, and education. I'm going to go to the next slide. So I thought it was important for the purposes of our conversation today that we often use a term around prevention and just describe our types of program. They're designed to prevent negative action or reaction from happening or prevent reoccurrence. Our office provides 3 different levels of prevention program. We have what we consider community program, things that are open and engage all members of society in Philadelphia. So we have programs that keep kids safe and engaged in activities. That is a low threshold. Almost anybody can use that. That's anything from a public park to an after-school activity that's maybe more episodic. Then we have tailored services. Tailored is when that is developed specifically for older youth and teens during developmental phases that are focused on a higher likelihood of engagement and high-risk behavior. There are very specific examples I'm going to give of you of that in a moment. And youth who participate in these services, some have high-risk behaviors, but some of them may also have low school attendance. More specifically, then we get into the intervention. That's a very focused intervention. Those are interventions that are specialized for youth who've been arrested or youth who have been charged as delinquent acts, and it's usually accompanied by a negative school outcome. So when you hear us talk today, we're going to be talking about community-based, tailored, or focused. I'm going to go to the next slide. So this maps out not all, but a large portion of the services that Councilman Member Johnson, you were highlighting, which is in the purple, gets to the community base. These are services that are available to all and any kids who are interested in Philadelphia. So we have after school, older youth programs, sports leagues, we have parks, pools, and playgrounds. In the prevention bucket, when we get into more specific services, we have out of school time, and we have out of school time that's specifically tailored for middle and high school students. We also, which I know is very popular among council members, is our Work Ready. That gives kids a real opportunity to have money in their hands, have jobs during the summer, and some for year round. We also work in close partnership. I know our district partners are here today around truancy. So we're the boots on the ground working in partnership with the schools, in schools with families to address attendance issues. And a smaller, probably not as well recognized program is the E3 centers, and that stands for Education, Employment, and Empowerment. Those are for overaged, undercredited youth, so youth who may have dropped out. We also target JJ kids in this service. And so that's a very unique program that we offer for older youth in Philadelphia. On the education side, as you know, we're heavily engaged on the PHL pre-K. That's our little people that we're trying to get on the right path. We operate community schools, we have adult education, and we also offer English as a second language through our adult education work. Lastly, I just got to highlight that the Free Library also does a number of after-school programs through our LEAP program. They offer adult literacy, workforce, and they operate a number of the adult computing centers. One of the greatest use of public space in our city is the public computing centers that we have both at the libraries and at a number of our rec centers. Lastly, DHS, we run an amazing homegrown program called the Boys and Girls Track, which is an after-school mentoring program for kids who are at risk. We have a program for parents who are involved in the system called Parent Cafes, and those happen right within the community. We have intensive prevention services, community evening resource centers, and post-arrest. Now, they're color-coded according to those areas that I talked about, and I'm going to just move on to the next slide to highlight a little bit more. Will you close the blind? Yes. So part of what you mentioned, Councilmember, is a strategic approach, which ties into our goals, which we know that the great opportunity of bringing the rec and library and other service, other things into the portfolio of the Office of Children and Families was the ability to navigate that we're working with families. We're focused in partnership in education with the district. While we're not the delivery of education, we are in close partnership in supporting that kids have every access. We provide access to supports for parents, which we know is critical, and then working with our communities to make sure that the environments that they're operating in are supported. I'm going to move on to our next slide. So I know this has been also a question that's come up in a number of our conversations, and I tried to figure out a best way to show you guys, because there's been a lot of questions about, okay, so we have all these great services, are we putting services where they're most needed? And so what we're showing you here on what is my left-hand side, the poverty track by census, the poverty by census track shows you the heat maps. We're all familiar with this map. We've seen this map in a number of configurations. What's on the right-hand side is where the OCF services, the things I just walked you through, where they're physically located. Now, I don't have the technology to do the overlay, but we actually do have a strong concentration in the areas where the highest poverty census track. And then I'm going to go to the next slide that shows you how we invest. So I showed you where I'm sorry, the last slide actually was the census tract. I'll just show the number of folks served related to our services. This shows you where we're physically located. And if you have really good eyesight, you can see all the different things, whether it's a community school, it's a PHL pre-K site, an OST school year site, libraries, rec centers, playgrounds, juvenile justice programs. So I'm pleased to see that we're concentrated in the areas that have the heavier, obviously, poverty census tract, but also that we're located throughout the city, but we're well clustered if you follow. And then, of course, the greenery in there is our parks. We thought it was important to highlight since it's a huge part of our system and an offering that's open to all community members.
Can I ask you a question, Commissioner?
Yeah, please.
Just real quick, and I'll be brief while you're going through your presentation. Does this map overlay with the zip codes with the highest level of youth that are prone to either kill or be killed, separate from poverty? I would think it would match up with poverty, but still want to ask that question.
Yeah, so what I don't have on here is the PPD data that shows the number of shootings, and then sort of drilling that down. I think you're asking very specifically around violence related to youth. We could certainly work with the police to get that, but we know that based on what we've pulled from the 14 zip codes that council has highlighted as a priority, that a majority of our programs reside within those zip codes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Great question. We're going to go to the next slide. So this just gives another snapshot. We've talked a lot about their services, but I think a lot of it has been about capacity and volume. So this just shows you, I'm not going to read through every single one. Our largest sort of opportunity in the school-based settings is our after school, and then Parks and Rec. We really just focused on the after school and summer program. The commissioner can talk about this more later, but there's thousands and thousands of kids served through pools and other athletic leagues and et cetera. So it's really about a number in terms of the after school. And the rest are reflected in terms of work ready, PHL pre-K, the intensive prevention services that Commissioner Ali can highlight, as well as the E3 centers. So I'm going to go to the next slide. So I think the other thing that you guys have really helped guide us is making sure that we have all of our information somewhere that makes it accessible and easy for families to find. And one of the silver linings of COVID was online. We did a lot to map our youth services so that they're easily accessible, whether it's technology or a support line. So I just wanted you guys to know that we still operate the phila.gov Play It Safe, so that we can support making sure that people know where and how to get resources within their own communities.
Can we do commercials for the digital, to address the digital divide?
Yes, and obviously I didn't even include this, we've been highly involved in the PHL Connected, but yes, we've been, a lot of our work around the truancy has been making sure that the families have their Chromebooks, are they connected? And that's a big piece that we work on both on OST and through truancy.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop commenting. Only reason I want to put that out there in terms of the digital divide is because, and it's weird what I'm saying, a lot of individuals do have smartphones and I'm sure are on social media, right? But also as elected officials, sometimes I get beat up when something happens in the neighborhood and people say there's nothing to do for our young people. And I'm saying, yes, it is. Like, I can name 10 programs off the top of my head that I know for a fact they are free, right? And my children even participate in some. So, but they say, but I don't have the information. Right? They say, well, I don't know about it, but you do. And so that's, feedback that I've gotten,
That's a great idea. And you would be happy to have some guest performances if we did a script to do some commercials on Channel 64. And we've done a lot on Twitter. But yes, we always should be doing more in terms of getting the word out. We did a lot of.
I'm going to wrap up on this. Yep. And I'm sorry, you're going to your presentation and I'm chiming in. But the other part is, like, for instance, and I'll be willing to facilitate this conversation. Like, Radio 1 reached out to me one day. Oh, we want to get involved and address gun violence and so forth. I said, well, separate from changing the music, maybe you can partner with some other community organizations that are doing this type of work. So maybe, from a PSA standpoint, this information can filter directly to the population of people who are probably looking for engaging their young people in things that are positive. But I'll follow up with you offline.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. So I think the next slide is just opening it up for questions for the team. So we could probably take down the slides, and Councilmember, we're happy to entertain questions from you and other members of the committee.
I also want to acknowledge the presence of my colleague, Councilwoman Jamie Gaudier. Thank you for joining us this morning. I also want to acknowledge the presence also of my colleague, Councilwoman Catherine Gilmore Richardson. Thank you as well for joining us. I just had a couple questions, and I'll turn it over to my colleagues. So I want to start with DHS regarding the intensive prevention services, the 300 youth that are serviced that was just highlighted. So can you give us an overview of those particular services? And then I want to get an update on strategies around prevention to steer the young people who are in our juvenile justice center on the right path. A lot of times when, we have these hearings, I remember the last time we had a meeting, Kim, we talked about the work that they're doing at the juvenile justice center, which I believe is very critical, because those are the young people that are in the mix. Those are the young people that's involved in a lot of gun violence, their back and forth neighborhood beefs, and so forth. And so can you give us an overview on those two particular initiatives?
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember Johnson, for that question. So in terms of the intensive prevention services that are offered by the Department of Human Services, specifically our Juvenile Justice Services Division, we actually have 7 providers who provide intensive prevention services, and that is a site-based service in which young people from the community can access services. And so the site base is 3 days a week, Monday through Friday, and then every other Saturday. And the young people come there after school. So they come there after school, they receive anger management, positive youth development, whatever action that they did that got them involved or known to the police. We address that. They receive some counseling services, but they also just do job readiness. And then we also connect them with employment services. Our total investment for intensive prevention services is actually $4.2 million because we believe that this investment is critical to make sure that young people who become known to the police or become known to either the school police actually have a service to prevent them from further penetrating into the Juvenile Justice Service Center.
Would this be in partnership with the roadmap to a safer Philadelphia?
Absolutely.
Erica's team as well?
Absolutely. So partnership with the Office of Violence Prevention, and then also a huge partnership with the School District of Philadelphia. Most of our referrals for intensive prevention services are referrals from the school district because we wanted to decrease from pipeline to jail population. And so we work in close partnership with Kevin Bethel and his team to ensure that young people who are disruptive, who may have some low-level offenses, as opposed to arresting those young people, they are referred to intensive prevention services. And the outcomes look pretty promising. We partner with Drexel University, who have been completing our evaluation.
Would this be a part of, is there a specific gun violence prevention strategy that Cynthia, Kimberly, and your team as a whole, are y'all approaching it from a targeted aspect in terms of gun violence prevention? Or is it, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to start, and then Kim, I was going to just highlight, I'm sorry, I think one of the things that we've been talking about is the safe gun handling. That I think that's a very, sort of the young victims who find weapons that are locked and not stored properly or still have live ammunition in them. And so Kim's team has been very involved in terms of getting the word out. And we've been talking with how do we get that to be a more broad message around, in addition to the fact that there's violence happening in the streets, sometimes those weapons are then in physically in homes. And there's been unnecessary victims or, fatalities that have occurred as a result of lack of safe storage or safe management. So apologies.
Let me do a deeper dive, right? So we any strategy around focusing on young people not picking up a gun to kill another young person in the first place?
Yes,
Want to get an overview from that aspect.
absolutely. So our intensive prevention services providers are responsible for that in terms of anti-violence, gun safety. Conflict resolution is extremely key because even though the intensive prevention services providers tend to be geographically based, we do know that depending on what side of a particular street or what neighborhood that you live in, that there could be some conflict in those particular neighborhoods. So our intensive prevention services providers, absolutely, they certainly talk to the young people about gun violence and also talk to young people about being safe. The other provider that is targeted in terms of gun violence is also, we partner with IDAY. They have a program called Don't Fall Down in the Hood. That is definitely targeted to young people who have higher level offenses. Remember, I said intensive prevention services is a lower level offenses, but Don't Fall Down in the Hood are higher level offenses. So those particular young people, again, that is site-based. These are young people who are actually charged with gun possession. And the goal is to make sure, again, that that young person know not to A, pick up a gun again, and then B, to learn strategies so that they can prevent themselves from being violent in the future.
Now, give me an update on an area I'm very interested in, Juvenile Justice Center, the prevention around addressing the young people that are going through that system. And majority of them are obviously because they're juveniles. We're seeing the shooters becoming younger and younger, the victims becoming younger and younger. And most, from my understanding, a lot of the victims had some type of background involved with guns at some point in time. I'm not saying all, but based upon police department data, a lot of our victims have been some aspect involved in the actual criminal justice system as well as involved with guns. And so obviously if they're juveniles, that means it would be the Juvenile Justice Center. Give me an overview of where we're at and the strategies around addressing prevention from that aspect.
Absolutely. So DHS also runs, as you indicate, the Philadelphia Juvenile Justice Services Center that's located right on 48th and Haverford. That's a detention center in which young people have been arrested and they are held there for two reasons. Either, they're waiting for court, and so a judge can actually release them from the PJJSC, or the judge has decided that the young person is in need of further treatment. And that further treatment oftentimes may be placement services. And so those young people will then move on to residential placement. However, while the young people are at PJJSC, we take it as an opportunity because they are a captive audience, if you will. Like, to give you a sense, today we have 112 young people at the PJJSC. So their typical day would be the school district of Philadelphia actually has in-person instruction for the young people. They work extremely hard with the young people to get them back on level in terms of their educational needs. We offer a variety of groups with some different providers at the PJJSC, again, around some of the same things that we see, the conflict resolution, parent-child conflict, because sometimes young people are being held, could possibly be released. However, we need to work with the family in order to make the family comfortable that the young person can return back to their home. So we have like Engaging Men of Color who provides group at the PJJSC. We have Girls Incorporated who also provide groups. We have Educating Communities for Parenting because some of the young people are actually parents. And so we also don't want them to have the parent-child conflict with their own children.
Go ahead.
Who's going to say something? We have Yay Philly that actually started providing services, and they are a credible messenger type service at the PJJSC, anger management through Better Way. And so anything that we feel is a need for the young people, that is what we target while they at the PJJSC.
What do you highlight as successes in terms of, if you had to sit back and say, listen, in terms of Juvenile Justice Center, young people coming through this particular system, here are our highlights of what we know what we're doing that's actually working. And then areas that you, from your perspective, that, okay, here's the area that we probably want to focus on improving as relates to young. And the reason why I want to go a deeper dive on this particular topic is because, again, the shooters are becoming younger and younger. The victims are younger and younger. And if they're going through that system, juvenile justice system, as well as the ones that go on state road, right? Again, we're trying to get to the root cause of hopefully one day these young people not even picking up guns in the first place, so we're not just focusing on totally just locking everybody up from a mass incarceration standpoint, which to something is probably the easiest way to address the issue, but nevertheless, you lock them up as a juvenile, they'll be coming back home at some point in time to society.
So what we highlight as success, Councilmember Johnson, is that we don't see that young person back being held in detention or that young person recidivating and going back into residential placement. So our success is when we are able to follow that young person post the PJJSC, post residential placement, and then we're able to continue to engage them when they return back to the community. Because despite the fact that they may be successful at the PJJSC or successful in residential, the reality is they're returning back to the same neighborhoods. And so our goal is to continue to engage them so that we can, get them reconnected with schools. So the school district also assists us through the STEP program with re-engaging the young people and getting them connected to school, so that there won't be an issue in terms of truancy. Also engaging the family, because oftentimes the family, sometimes they want the young person to remain in our care because they are afraid for their young person. So engaging the family in a way that the family knows that they are able to feel empowered enough to continue to care for that young person and then their home. So the success, I would say, is certainly around not seeing that young person, again, in any of our systems, and also engaging the family in a way that they're also be able to take advantage of community-based programs.
Are there recidivism rates numbers for juvenile justice? And I don't even think I ever talked about it, recidivism on that level. But is there recidivism numbers for juvenile justice center?
So we actually, Councilmember Johnson, as you know, when you talk about the PJJSC, that there are a number of individuals who touched a young person before. So you're talking about the police, you're talking about the district attorney, you're talking about the courts, and then they come over to the PJJSC. And so we just signed the MOU with the district attorney's office, with probation, with the courts, because we do want to be able to measure our successes. So we are actually in the process of compiling that data. And so once we get that data in terms of recidivism and in terms of the profile of young people, so that we know what young person would benefit from which program, we will be happy to share that with council.
Yeah, please do. Commissioner Figueroa?
I just wanted to add that it's not on the recidivism, but I think it's on the front end. We do track the numbers related to the diversion, the amazing program. Again, I think people don't hear enough about the partnership. It's the school district, the district attorneys, and the police department. And so the police diversion program has diverted thousands of kids from coming into the pipeline. And I think that's, so in those, we're not even counting the recidivism, we're counting the number of kids that, but for this program, would have ended up in a deeper end part of the system.
Can you provide those numbers, please?
We can. We've done, and that actually is something we've talked with, and Kim continues this work, the police department, in terms of, because it's lower level offenses within school grounds. We've talked about what's the opportunity to expand, to other small crimes that could also benefit from, instead of detention or placement, putting them into supportive case management.
Okay.
But we'll give you the numbers.
All right. Now I'm going to let my colleagues ask a few questions, but I want to ask a big picture question again. It kind of goes back to targeting. Is there a strategic planning goals, right? For, I know you mentioned there's high poverty areas. I look at the zip codes as areas of high gun violence, right? When they probably match up the same, because where there's poverty, there's gun violence. So I'm pretty sure the same heat map you provided or overlay with the police department will pretty much be the same, but I still would like to see it. but are there strategic goals around gun violence prevention, right? In those particular areas where you're seeing an uptick of gun violence and crime amongst our young people. Example, longer library hours, longer, longer and additional programming and parks and rec programs in those particular areas, or what other DHS behavioral health services that you may offer, particularly because Councilman Gellier always says this, right? And this is from just strategic work in this area. Like us flooding these areas with intensive investments around services, right? And like just flooding them, like overwhelming them, right? In these key areas. Is there a strategic plan with the Office of Children and Families for those particular districts? Just
Can I
wanted
give
to
you
ask
one
that.
example? I'll give one example. So yes, and then we work in close partnership, certainly with Erica Atwood's team, so the Office of Violence Prevention, but also the police department. And I'll give you one concrete example in terms of our tailored or targeted approach. When we looked at the statistics with the Philadelphia Police Department and we overlaid it with our services, we saw that there was a gap in relationship to our intensive prevention services in the Southwest community. And so given that, we actually issued the RFP over the summer, and then we selected a provider, and that provider just started receiving referrals in October. And so they will be providing intensive prevention services to the Southwest community. We have other areas of the city covered, but again, in conversation and discussion, looking at data, we knew that there was a gap in a particular void in that section of the city for this prevention services. And so that's why we issued the RFP. The same thing we did with the community evening resource centers in terms of the close partnership with not only city council, but also the police in terms of, at this particular time, the pilot, where would we stand up these 3 community evening resource centers? So the strategy definitely has to do with the integrated and partnership and collaboration with the Office of Violence Prevention, with our colleagues at the police department, but also with our colleagues at the Department of Behavioral Health.
Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner.
I was just going to add, and I think Catherine, our Commissioner of Parks and Rec, could also highlight this. We've been strategic in making sure that we're aligning so the benefit of all these services. So even going back to thinking of DHS or PHL pre-K, when we got additional slots, we wanted to make sure DHS families could access those resources. So that's not specific about gun violence, but it's like, how do we make sure that the families who need the greatest support that we're connecting the dots. Our OST providers have been chosen based on both the census tracts, which we knew led to that, and then also just looking at the commitment of making sure that we had more programs in public schools. So we increased the volume of OST programs over the last few years. Of course, COVID gave a hiccup to that. And then we've been very intentional, and Catherine can talk about this more, about the strategic plan they've had around staffing and the hours of operation. So Catherine, do you want to?
Sure. Good morning, everybody. It's Catherine Outlevel, Commissioner of Philadelphia Parks and Recreation. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Councilman Johnson, for hosting this very, very, very important hearing today. I totally agree that there's no more important topic in our city right now. 2 nights ago, we experienced the 15th shooting at a recreation center since March. That was at Simon's Recreation Center, happened about 9:15 at night. That's 15 since March that have happened on the grounds of a park, recreation center, or playground.
It might have been 16, because one happened on in Grays Ferry outside of Vere, and a young man took the Uber or Lyft to the hospital.
Wow. I'm sorry to hear that. So we've definitely been, very much in the throes of this crisis. We are feeling it at every level, both from, a staff level as well as a participant level. We find that some of our participants are more fearful than they would have been a year ago or 2 years ago to even come to parks and recreation centers. We're seeing that specifically at centers where there have been acts of violence that have happened, namely Jerome Brown Recreation Center. We've seen a decline in children coming to the recreation center because of the shooting that happened there. And that's something that we have to be as proactive as possible in trying to change that mindset and mentality. There should be no safer place for young people than a park, playground, or recreation center. It's where we want them to be, and we want to make sure that we're providing a safe as place possible for them. So we've had a very good, strong partnership with the police department over the last 9 months. They've been incredibly supportive and responsive to our needs. We've identified the 40 recreation centers that have the highest rates of violence in or around them. And the police have been great in helping to not just have officers come on a day-to-day basis to sign logbooks and be a presence at those centers, but at some of the sites actually stationing police officers at the facility to support our staff that are there. We also, traditionally, historically, might have only had one person on staff at some of our centers. We've made a commitment since March to have to guarantee 2 full-time staff members at sites, at all of our sites, all the time. When the site is open, there are 2 people on, which I think has been really important from a staff safety standpoint, as well as for participants and families to know that there's more than one person at that site. God forbid something should happen at the site. And we've been, just doubling, tripling down on programs, especially at the sites in the zip codes with the highest rates of violence. So certainly running, as the deputy mayor said, our traditional programs, of course, after school, of course, summer camp. As you know, we ran for the last 2 years a very robust Play Streets program where we identified 50 play streets that we call super streets that are in neighborhoods with the highest rates of poverty and violence, to do expanded programming and services at those streets in addition to the meals being served. And then at the centers themselves, in terms of programming, a program that we've recently started that speaks, Councilman, to your concern about bridging that digital divide and engaging young people and meeting them where they are, is an esports program. This is a program we're looking to expand, but at Christie Recreation Center in Councilwoman Gautier's district, we recently created an esports hub with Nerd Street Gamers, and actually fitted out one of our rooms there to be a state-of-the-art e-gaming center with gaming chairs and gaming platforms and flat screen TVs and all different kinds of gaming platforms, so that young people can have a good time gaming right there on site, where they can be safe together, but also have positive adult, role models and mentors at the facility with them while they're doing that. So that's something that we are hoping to expand to other centers. We're also in the process of restarting many of our key spots. So our digital access centers, our computer labs that were unfortunately cut as part of our COVID budget, they have come back, and we are rehiring many of the instructors to keep those key spots open. Key spots, these are our computer labs, right? They're important not just to help people find jobs and build their resumes. They're important to give kids access to fun online, where kids want to play Roadblocks or Fortnite. We want them to be able to do that in a safe place in our rec centers. This is just a different type of recreation that, because of the pandemic, kids have become more inclined towards, to doing esports and e-gaming, and we want to be a partner with them on that. And we want to provide them a safe place to do that kind of activity. And we know that that's going to help keep more young people off the streets if they're involved in something that they really want to do with high-tech equipment like that. So those are some of the programs that we've been initiating. To your point, Councilman, about we hear from residents too. We don't know about these programs. We know we're providing the programs, but we also know residents oftentimes feel, that they just can't get the information they need. And so we've also gone back to sort of old school flyering, creating flyers and sending staff out door to door, 3 to 4 blocks surrounding our recreation centers, literally telling staff to go and put flyers indoors, so that, if you're not on Facebook, you're not on Twitter, or your smartphone is down, you get a flyer in your door that says, come check out this program at the recreation center. And we're finding that grassroots approach is old school, but it works, and people are more inclined, to pick up that flyer and take a look at it and say, okay, I'm going to send my kid down to the rec center today. So we're trying just about everything we can to make sure that people know about these programs. 99% of our programs are free, so we want to make sure, people know about them and have access to them. And then last but not least, we're always open to partnering, as you know, Councilman, with any organization that wants to host a program in our centers. We will welcome them with open arms. We've been really, really clear about that. We'll make space, we'll find space, and we'll make, I say all the time, we have the space and we have access to the young people. The young people, if you want to provide a program, we'd love to help host you at our center.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to turn this over to my colleagues, starting with Councilwoman Maria Kiona Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, ladies, so much for the slide presentation in particular. I'm going to ask one quick question that you could get the data back to us that's real important as it relates to all of your portfolios. Is there the ability to look at the average utilization by slots, right? And then kind of the cost and looking at that, right, as we're looking, and thank you for using the term investments, as we're looking for further investments for young people, going back to Councilwoman Gautier's around how do you flood stuff. In light of that portfolio, where do you see the biggest impact or something that we've either done for a long time or doing differently that really you see as having positive impact that we should be aware of?
And Councilwoman, just so I can clarify, in terms of the utilization, like where are the areas we're seeing the highest use is one question. And then you want us to sort of then cost out that per head. Is that right?
Yep. What's the average cost per slot, right? Because this becomes an issue of investment. It's sort of like if there's a portfolio with 600 slots, but that's where we're having the biggest impact, how do we make sure we can expand that?
Yeah, and I don't have it at my fingertips, but we can give it to you easily because we do. In COVID, we were very flexible with our providers in order to keep them afloat in terms of a per head cost for slots, but certainly we can get that to you because part of this too is making sure that if I love the comment that Councilmember Johnson said about flooding these areas, I think what we want to make sure is we don't flood areas and then it's not utilized, because we have seen some services, and I think part of it was a COVID sort of impact, was there are some services that are highly prescribed, and then there's others that it has been flexible based on what we've seen as families are feeling more comfortable with their kids coming back into schools, coming back into programming.
And then secondly, so yeah, when you can get that data, that would be important. And secondly, we, as part of this conversation with this committee, have been looking at when things happen, doing a deeper dive and an analysis. What happens when there's someone in our system, or when an incident like Commissioner talked about an incident at a rec center? Speak to us about who sits around and huddles up and says, what happened there? Did we miss something? Is there a protocol change that needs to happen? Speak to me about that. Whether it's an incident or a child that may have been in our system that now is one of the, too many victims that we have, who sits around a table and talks about that?
Yeah, I can, Catherine, unfortunately, she said, she said there's been 15 since March. I think what's important to note is before that time period, and even going into last year, it was an oddity. It was rare to have a shooting happening at a rec facility. So in that context, I think we've unfortunately become a little too familiar. And again, we do partner very closely with the folks in the Office of Violence Prevention, because they do have the rapid response teams, and we're part of that too because of the resources we bring. But in terms of on the ground, Catherine can talk a little bit about what happens immediately thereafter, and then supports to the staff and community.
Sure. So thank you, Councilwoman. As the Deputy Mayor says, unfortunately, we have a process now. We did not before, to be quite frank. And a lot of this depends on the time of the incident. Many of the incidents do happen after hours. For instance, the incident at Simon's earlier this week happened, after 9 p.m. So our facility was closed at 9. So a lot of this depends on if children are present at the time of the incident. if children are not present, then it is really a police matter. So we usually find out about the incident after the fact. The police send us a report. Anytime an incident happens on our grounds, we get a pretty immediate report from police. We then dispatch staff to the site to get footage from the cameras, which has been incredibly helpful to the police. So we're usually there for a few hours that evening to allow the police to have access to the scene, to case the scene, pick up evidence, and then download any information they can get off of those cameras. Even if an incident happens after hours, we issue a letter the following day to any participants in registered programs for that site. So, for instance, yesterday we issued a letter to families who are enrolled in programs at Simons to let them know an incident happened after hours at the site. We also provide information for the City Hope Line, for resources and counseling that community members might be interested in, that we have provide them with information on that so they can get access to that for trauma care. And then if an incident happens during times when our facilities are open, which that has happened, most recently, Councilwoman at Gambrell, I think you're aware of that incident that happened a few weeks ago. Our recreation leader, when there was a shooting on the basketball court at approximately, I think it was about 6:05, children were being picked up from programs. There was cheerleaders and football players on the field. Our recreation leader, hearing shots on the basketball court, was outside at the time, grabbed as many kids as he could off the field, off the courts, got them in the building, secured the building, called 911. And from there, it becomes a police incident. And then again, we notify all the parents with a letter, et cetera. And we work closely with police to provide, again, any information that we can. But after that, it's really a police matter. For our staff and for participants, being a part of the OCF family has been incredibly helpful for us because we've been able to provide counseling services as well as, as I said, those various resources that children and families can get access to. But it is, it's definitely become more commonplace and routine than we would ever have expected it to become. I hope that's helpful.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Jamie Gaudier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the panel. I had a question that was very similar to Councilmember Quinones Sanchez about which programs, OCF and all of the departments on the panel think is most impactful in, mitigating gun violence and keeping kids engaged, and how you measure the effectiveness of those programs. Did you say you were going to get information back to us?
I think Councilmember Johnson was asking about some data related to recidivism, and I think we also promised to get a map to show where our locations, and also we did a heat map in terms of showing how many participants, so you could see sort of the volume. So if we overlay that with the shootings, I think it could give you a sense of where we're investing. But Council Member Quinones Sanchez asked even a deeper question, which is, where is there the best utilization? Where is our biggest bang for our buck in terms of investment? So I think we're all driving in the same direction. In the same direction. And then we talked about prior to your arrival was the fact that we have these kind of open community-based resources, and then we have tailored, and then we have very focused intervention. So I think that we have seen really strong examples in each one of those buckets. So I think they're different kinds of investments. And so, I think the ones on the prevention side that seem to feel like they're really critical are obviously our out of school time, sort of the after school, and then as well as the work ready. So our work ready program partnered with, I'm going to get this wrong, but there was a randomized control trial evaluation starting back in the Nutter administration. So we actually have some real data that shows kids that are engaged in these programs have the less likelihood to enter into criminal activity. Now, it's not gun violence specifically, but clearly, and that's on the very early stages of the evaluation being completed. But I think it demonstrates that those two investments on the prevention side are huge. I think what's harder to measure is the work that Catherine's team, by having the rec sort of this more open, and the athletic leagues that operate there, and, you know, just having safe spaces, that is an investment that we have to commit to as a city, right? Having the rec centers feel as a protective asset, you know, that is viable and important for our kids. And then in terms of on the, you know, I think Kim did an excellent job talking about the IPS, the, you know, the Don't Fall Down in the Hood, the evening reporting centers. And then I can't believe we've made it this far without talking about our up and coming community evening reporting centers, otherwise known as the curfew center. So I think those are the ones that stand up high level. And I know there's been conversation. Oh, sorry.
Can I push a little bit?
Please.
On a deeper dive, what Councilman Jamie Gaudier is going at, and I think I had a proposed question written down to ask similar along the lines of your big picture programming, right? How you're going to be measuring your success, right? And hopefully when you come back for the budget cycle, you're able to say, here's our dashboard, and we all are fighting this gun violence here in the city of Philadelphia. And we know in these 5 categories, right, we are like having a significant impact, right? And I know that's a little different than where Captain is also keeping young people off the street, right? Because we know idle mind is the devil's workshop. So if I'm playing at True Playground, right, I'm not going to be at Broad and Snyder trying to do something I was supposed to be doing. I'm just giving an example of how I grew up, right? And so that's a different conversation, but yet I still believe, and I think Councilman Jamie Gaudier agree with this as well, and my other colleagues, that the Parks and Rec budget should have reflected that. After we negotiated the $155 million reallocation of funding, and it wasn't. It was like, okay, we're going to fund some other areas, but for some apparent reason, Parks and Rec kind of really stayed. And the way that these programs are being bombarded, and I'm speaking as a dad who's out there 2 days a week at, you know, I'm not going to say where, but 2 days a week at recreational centers and playgrounds in my area, watching the kids enjoy themselves. And this kind of like boggles my mind, like, okay, I don't see how providing basically poor neighborhoods where poor people live an opportunity to access a quality programming on a mass scale. I'll put that out there on my own, but I think when Jamie asked that question, and she said it herself, but I'm in agreement with it. Like, where's the dashboard? Like, here's our models of success, and here's how we're evaluating them. It would be helpful when y'all come back for the budget to say, okay, this is okay. It just helps. Jamie, be quiet. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
No, thank you so much for that. I definitely think we need to be zoning in on what's most impactful, and we need to be willing to put the resources behind it, right? And so it's still a head scratcher to me why we couldn't get at least another $8 million for Parks and Rec like we asked for during the budget cycle. So at this point, we know that 200 children have been shot this year in Philadelphia, 27 of them fatally. You know, and that's just tragic, right? And a historic number of violent incidents involving children. And I'm wondering, do we know anything about the profile of, you know, the children that have been shot or killed? Do we know how many of them were in DHS's system? Do we know how many of them were participants in OCF programs?
So I will say on, I'll start with OCF and then talk about a bigger picture for the city. We certainly are tracking if it is a child that's been involved in one of our programming. I will say that of that 27, I don't know the count off the top of my head. Interestingly enough, not a lot of the kids have been actively engaged in a program. That doesn't mean we didn't at some point serve them or had some connection to them. And I'm not saying all, so I don't want to give an inaccurate number. I will say that we sit on the health department has a citywide homicide review that looks specifically just at this issue, sort of like what's the root cause, what systems were they involved in, and it is, it's not something that happens right post the incident. So it's sort of based on what's happening in the review process. So that's certainly something from a longer term, we could follow up on with the health department, since we're part of that, and these are obviously juveniles. And then just as a reminder, Department of Human Services, for any child who is near fatality or fatality where abuse is suspected, those go through an Act 33 process. So that goes under a very extensive review, which is far different than kind of a senseless violent act that happens. So I don't have the numbers. I apologize, council member, off the top of my head of that 27. And I don't know, Kim and Catherine, if there was anything you would add. Certainly we have kids around and on the Parks and Rec stuff that has happened, but I don't have the numbers off the top of my head.
And to be clear, I'm asking about the 27, but I'm also asking about the 200.
The 200, right? Got it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The only thing that I would add, Councilmember Gaudier, is that certainly when we learn of a young person who is either shot or a young person who is killed as a result of, any circumstance, we actually look. So my chief of staff will actually search our database to determine whether or not the young person or the family received any services through the Department of Human Services. So we do that for the young people. I can't tell you comprehensively. I think we can do better in terms of a comprehensive picture and in terms of sharing that information. We do pass that information along to our colleagues in the managing director's office so that they can have a better snapshot of the young person and the services that the young person receives. But I'm not able to tell you, like, of the 27, how many, for example, actually receive services through the department. But I think given that we certainly signed that MOU, certainly we'll be getting additional data from our district attorneys, our probation department, and from our courts. We'll be able to do a more comprehensive snapshot of the young people.
Okay, I'd be interested in knowing, how those efforts are coming together. If our goal is to have serious prevention and intervention services, and I think we need to know about the lives of these young people, right? About what systems they were connected to in our city, whether that's DHS or other aspects, juvenile justice. I think we need to know if they weren't engaged with any OCF programs. If not, then why? Then how can we do a better job at reaching these young people? So I would love to see our city be able to take a deeper dive in that area. I apologize if we went over this already, but I wanted to get an update on library operations, specifically the plan for opening the libraries on Saturdays. And I wanted to know how much money would be needed to operate every free library location from Monday through Saturday.
So I'll start first by saying that our goal in the last budget was to restore the 5-day full service and make sure that we had the appropriate class 100 to do that. So of the 54 libraries right now, we have 15 that have reduced hours. And we have the majority are trying to reach a 5-day opening. Not all are on full day. Part of that is we had a tremendous backlog in hiring for the librarians, and we continue to hire for that. So I'm trying to look at the numbers here. We have 4, because of construction and other related issues, are closed. But 34 out of 54 have 5 full day. Now that's not even getting to, council member, your 6-day request, which has not been budgeted for. So one of the things that you're definitely going to see the Free Library Board, as well as the city, is going to be asking for what the full cost would be if we were to move to a 6-day service. We have financially what we need to get to 5-day. It's really just been a staffing and a backlog. Unfortunately, similar to Parks and Rec, I will say that there was a pretty significant cut to the libraries, and getting back on track from that, in addition to the hiring challenges that have been, plagued everybody nationally for every industry. It's really been hard on the library. So, but we're pleased with the progress. We know it's not where we need to be. And I know Joe Benford's on if there's anything he wants to add. I think the other thing we've done is try to be creative. So try to have 5 days, even if some of those hours are reduced. But I hope that answers your question. And I can give you the specific, we're working on the financial number of what a 6-day would cost.
Okay, you're working on it for
For the subsequent.
for the next budget? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I would just, like our previous discussion on Parks and Rec, I would just point this out as an area where if we're serious as a city about making sure that our neighborhoods are resourced during time when young people have lots of time, then this shouldn't be, having libraries open 6 days a week should not be a heavy lift. And then my
I don't disagree, and I appreciate you asking.
Absolutely. My last question, what safety measures are in place for children returning from after-school programming in areas that are highly impacted by gun violence?
So, like has been shared in the last few weeks as it relates to the violence briefings that the mayor has done, we're working in close partnership with the police department as well as the school safety personnel in terms of the safety zones, the schools that are on those sites, as well as the corridor. So there's been a big push, obviously, to work, and this is also part of the roadmap and the work that the managing director's office has done an excellent job around the safe corridors. So I would just say that we've been able to map out what programs exist related to the schools, where the police department is going to be providing sort of that additional support, additional presence, so that there's partnership and like, hey, by the way, this is what's going on in that site. So that's definitely that coordination is occurring.
Does that extend to a programming that doesn't take place specifically in the school? Are we also viewing it with that lens?
We have not yet, I think, moved from the stage of the district sites and some to both. This would be an issue, I assume, for charters as well as the community-based sites. I mean, we definitely work in close partnership with our community-based, but as of right now, this concentration of the work we've been doing with the police department, the managing director's office, has been focused on the district. So certainly something that we, and I think I certainly cannot speak for the police department, but I think we sensitive to their personnel issues and how we balance also the resources the district has on their public safety and the resources our own police department has.
Okay. Does it make sense to at least try to broaden that lens so that we know what's going on and what it would take from a resource perspective?
I mean, I would ask that question of Commissioner Outlaw. I would say that I think we would want, theoretically, but I know it's a staffing and resource issue. So I would ask them sort of the ability to cover that and what they would need to do so to expand it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. Councilwoman Helen Gill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it, and I want to thank my colleagues for asking all the questions. I certainly reiterate them. I know we've been very clear and public that we want to ensure that our parks and recs, our libraries, and our children and youth services go back to full pre-pandemic supports. We don't think this is about, an economics where we've recovered from the pandemic or anything like that. This is what we consider to be a massive investment on the public safety, children and youth, anti-gun violence agenda. So certainly echo the emphasis on a 6-day-a-week library service. It is a little jarring to hear, that I guess you can say 24 out of the 54 are not open 5 days a week or have erratic services. Certainly would like to overlay that with where those neighborhoods are. So Deputy Mayor Figueroa, if you could just share that with us, I think that would just be helpful from our own knowledge and perspective. It's also important at that stage, knowing that the libraries have erratic service, whether we can analyze our community schools and see what the responsibility of community schools are at that point, to step up. I mean, it's part of the reason why the city is a partner with the school district. And on this is to recognize that if there are certain areas where the city may be not able to deliver the full range of services, other parts of our city investments should be thinking about how to step up. So I'd love to just see how these might align and continue. The one comment that I also wanted to have is that and I know Chief Bethel will be on a little bit later, I hope, as well as I hope some other, no to Chief Bethel, Chair.
Unfortunately, he couldn't make it today. Karen Lynch will be here on behalf of the district, but we'll do a follow-up with Kevin Bethel moving forward.
No, I think it's great that Karen will be on, and I think that's incredibly important, especially given the tenor of this conversation. But one of the things that we learned early on when we were working with many of the principals who came out to demand more action on behalf of the city after the latest shooting at Lincoln High School, which back then was the 35th young person to be shot since the start of the school year. I think we're closer to 40 at this point, if not higher. Was that coordination actually does matter. There is, and I want to separate this conversation because the tremendous and critically important work, Deputy Mayor Figueroa, that your team, DHS, Parks and Rec, the libraries, and all other children and youth services are doing is incredibly important no matter anything that happens. Our children are hungry for engagement. You can see it in the turnout. Whether it's public events, I had a chance to be at Smith Playground, with dozens of families out and celebrating, dancing together for Halloween. We can feel it in the air. People are hungry to get back. But this is also a separate conversation from the gun violence, which is for young people, and because we're here in this space, which is one thing that we know is that it's highly relational. There are relational aspects to youth gun violence that have an impact on what our response must then be. So if the violence comes out of relational aspects, the response has to be responsive in the relational manner in which we deal with. It's one of the reasons why we've been talking about the 10 zip codes most impacted, the 25 schools most impacted, that we see a high concentration of young people both deeply impacted by, involved in, or victims of gun violence in those schools. 10 children at 10 young people at Boys Latin, 6 since the start of the school year at Mastery Grads. This is a concentration that requires our ability to relate to young people, to pull on their on the relationships that resonate deeply with them. And because of that, one of the things that I wanted to talk to you a little bit about is what we're hearing directly from principals at those schools, which is a real need for the city to both recognize and understand that services are not being delivered at the school level. There are things that are happening at 440. There are things that are happening centrally. There are programs that have been put in place. But in the actual interaction between the impacted child, the family, and the school that is dealing with this situation on a direct one-to-one level, we are seeing massive gaps. We know this on some of them. IBHS services are not being staffed. Connections are not being made, services not being delivered. Truancy, an absolutely critically important issue for re-engagement. High school principals are saying children are dropping out. But the truancy program, whatever it may be, is not relating into the school and to the child's family, and then figuring out a strategy of re-engagement. We can track truancy. We cannot figure out that interactive path to re-engage the child. I would love to hear a little bit about your thoughts on that. And then I think the third thing that I wanted to ask for you specifically, because it came up on our earlier call after the Lincoln High School shooting, Deputy Mayor Figueroa, which is that we want to concentrate some of the principals, particularly in certain zip codes. We're like piloting this out, but 19140, can we get guaranteed OST slots for those young people? Can we talk about OST that works with high schoolers? Not all high schoolers can do employment. Not all high schoolers are really like, we can do 25, 40 hours a week in the summer, but if it's all employment, it doesn't necessarily jive with their interests and their skill sets in that moment. So can you commit to meeting with us on with some of the principals on the 19140 with a commitment to bring OST programs and some of the youth employment targeted towards those guarantees for those young people?
So that I was taking copious notes because you covered a lot of ground, council member. And I think I can start first with we've done great work together on much harder and complex issues. So obviously we're always committed to sitting down with anybody and everybody to resolve particularly this issue of the safety of kids. I'm pleased that Karen's on. I would say that we do not want to sit down without the district partnership at the table, because we're talking about in school, and certainly while we're a huge partner to them, also want to make sure that we're doing this in coordination with our district partnership. So, and I don't think that would be a heavy lift. I don't want to speak for Karen, but I'm sure she'd be more than happy. She and I and our team work really closely together on that. So certainly we would want to do that. And I also want to highlight that I do want to confirm that all of our OST programs that are in schools are physically happening. I don't oversee the commissioner of DBH-IDS, so I cannot speak or confirm what their physical on-site service situation is. And certainly I can happy to relay that via my colleagues in terms of getting that information. So in terms of, we have 94 programs that are happening through various providers that are physically happening in schools. As it relates to 19140, we have a large number of slots. That's actually one of our higher number of commitments in terms of that one particular zip code that has a handful of different schools and as well as community-based organizations. So for the school year, in terms of, we have the ability to reach 408 of a much larger number. So certainly the question I think you asked is, how do we guarantee? I mean, right now, back to I think the question that Councilmember Sanchez and Councilmember Gautier is like, where are the resource needs and where would we want to expand? I think we also want to look at enrollment and utilization. We have a lot of schools that still actually have slots available. So before we add slots, I think we want to make sure we're trying to get all of the slots filled. And, I think this will be better to do in a, whether it's a work group or whatever we set up to talk about this concept of guaranteed or expansion of OST. We do have OST programming for middle school and high school. It looks very different because it's not only work ready, but a lot of kids don't want to be in an after school program that's not an athletic based program or not a specialized, whether it's art, coding, e-gaming, as Catherine was talking about. So I think we'd want to talk about what does that look like in the high school space that maybe is non-employment. And then in terms of, I think we just want to think through, like, what do we say when we say guarantee? I mean, some kids have jobs outside, obviously, after school activities that they're engaged, so we can't force high schoolers into programming. We can try to make it as attractive as possible.
No, I think one of the things that we've been talking about, so to be clear, we are looking at an anti-gun violence strategy. That's I think the topic for this conversation, not a general OST strategy, not a general service.
But I do want to interject though, because I think that it is important that OST programs in themselves play a particular role, and I don't want to upend the entire OST system.
No. Right. So let me clarify. This conversation that we're having right now in this hearing is specifically around anti-gun violence and gun violence strategies. It's not a general OST conversation. So I understand that you have specific things about, there's the general OST mission, and that I will be completely supportive of. Will continue to advocate for expansion, support, as well as better services, partnerships, et cetera, et cetera. But the reason why I'm specifically focused in on and discussing conversations about 19140, specific principles within there, is because I'm specifically looking at an anti-gun violence strategy and the role that OST can play. You have openings. You have, that there are a number of young people who have applied who far exceed the number of slots that exist. And we know that there are some gaps, like there are schools
No, right now we have more slots than kids have signed up. So that's true of Work Ready, and that's true of OST. So there's actually resources available in 19140.
Yeah. So I think one of the questions has been if there is a principal who specifically states, I have these young people, I want them to get in. Can we tell that principal at those schools that, in partnership with PYN or a program that you have, that is something that they'll do? Again, I want to underscore, violence within young people is highly relational. Solutions to gun violence must also be relational. Participation across schools where young people can see other young people at their school growing, learning, participating, enjoying, celebrating, and gaining opportunities can drive participation rather than a thinly, not criticizing it, but rather than, kind of spread out a little bit more. We're trying to get young people to understand that the investment is around them and that we're recognizing, the structures that are around that are pulling them away from one another, from families, from institutions, that kind of thing. So I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I wanted just to clarify that.
Yeah, I just wanted a point of information. What's the area for 19140?
It's like Hunting Park, a little, mostly, yeah.
Okay.
There's a few other neighborhoods that fall into it, but the big swath.
Just wanted to know. That's all. Yep. Councilman,
Yep. And so, again, a couple of the questions are that, I just want to be able to assure principals that OST slots have not gone down for them, that if there are young people who are applying for PYN or any of the employment Work Ready, or expansion of programming for high school students.
And I'm just being point. We work closely with principals. I welcome any principal who wants to reach out to myself or Waleska, who oversees all of our OST. We're certainly happy to have that conversation. And I saw Wally just put her camera on, because, one is that we do have set contracts. So we're in a current year, so I can't make a commitment to offer something that we don't have available, but we can certainly make sure that principals and surrounding principals know, hey, by the way, did you know that you have X number of slots still available in your school? And if there's a kid you're worried about how you're trying to ensure that they're getting into that support or service, we're of course happy to do that. We don't need a meeting to do that. We can be connected. And I know you had questions around truancy, and I wanted
just to close out the loop on the schools issue. Just to clarify, many of the schools that are deeply impacted are divided between the district, charter, and alternative schools. So they are not all about the district. It's one of the reasons why, if the school strategy solely goes through the district, we're going to miss at least a third of the schools and a huge portion of the young people who are equally involved. So in this aspect, one of the reasons why I want to be thoughtful, we absolutely want the district at the table, but the district cannot coordinate the youth anti-violence strategy because it involves so many young people who are outside of the school district of Philadelphia. The city of Philadelphia has to convene the school strategy that engages the charter schools, the alternative schools, and the district schools all being at the table, but the district cannot do it. each charter school is its own independent school system, so they can't really do it. And the alternative schools are not really equipped to do it. And they have very, very distinct and separate needs from your average, neighborhood high school, for example. They're
So,
serving.
and we, through PIN, we've sat for years at the table with a lot of those, particularly the alternative schools, which are district schools or district programs. So I want to they do have the ability to navigate and manage those. And I don't oversee those principals. So as I said before, I'm more than happy to work and I think actually part of the reason we're so deep and expanded our commitment to district run schools is because of that relationship, and Karen and the chief of staff and everybody there has been a huge partner. We wouldn't have the presence, I think, that we do. So I think that this is not something that's beyond our ability to coordinate and support what their needs are. And I think there's a particularly unique opportunity with the alternative schools because that's kind of what they're set up for. These were kids who are not succeeding in traditional high schools who might be in the need to have an accelerated program, et cetera. So certainly, I think working in that area would be perfect for us. And
I think I just want to be clear though, that again, just underscoring once again, if we wait for the principals to come to us, we're going to be waiting for a very long time. We actually have to be affirmative to kind of do the aggressive convening. That means calling in the district, calling in the alternative, calling in the charter schools. But that's one thing that we hear a lot. Nobody is affirmatively leading. Of course, I think on your end, Deputy Mayor Figueroa, you want to defer. We all want to defer to the principals because they know what they need best. But somebody has to be convening with a direction on where we're going, an improvement of IBHS delivery, an attention to truancy, services around guaranteed employment and out of school time, and then direct confirmation that staffing needs, surrounding areas are being cared for. So, but everybody's waiting for somebody to act, and nobody is taking that significant role with a specific set of things that I think Councilmember Johnson, Councilmember Gautier, and others have kind of laid out under the youth, powered anti-violence agenda that we've discussed. But I just want to leave that there.
I appreciate and understand the distinction. I just want to offer that while we're pushing for this urgent convening, that at any time we're available, so that there's convening and there's the urgent sort of the principal needing their questions answered, and we're open to both is what I would just want to say.
Thank you so much.
I guess, Deputy Commissioner, I know you talked about earlier working with some charter schools, which I'm glad Helen acknowledged that, because I think it was last fall, Helen and I did a hearing with the Special Committee on Gun Violence, particularly around children and youth, right, in schools. And Helen, correct me if I'm right or wrong regarding the data that we saw. I think it's charter and alternative schools are the highest with incidents of gun violence, and then the district. And so I guess folks are looking for, rather be you, rather Office of Violence Prevention, but just from the city standpoint, the convening of everyone, right, in a room with an overall strategy. Because I remember in that hearing, it was mentioned on the district side regarding.
We lost you, council member.
Might have temporarily lost our chair. I know he'll be coming back. In the meantime, Deputy Mayor Figueroa, can we talk a little bit about engagement and truancy, which is something we've been hearing a lot from schools, and that there's a lot of gaps and questions about who is actually doing the work on the ground, and then when there are problems, who is actually resolving them. So, and I know Karen Lynch will be talking later, but I want to take this from a city angle.
Sure. So yes, I think that it'll be best for my partner at the district, Karen, to walk through, because certainly our, a lot of our work, we can't do the truancy work if we're not informed or the referrals don't occur. So that is definitely a piece of that work. But well, and obviously COVID has created some interesting dynamics, but I was going to have Waleska walk through what the truancy programming, because it is very much embedded and it works through our office in the district. So Waleska, when you.
Yes, hi, good morning. And thank you for having me. So in terms of our truancy work, one of the things that we have been, well, I'll start by talking about what we did during the pandemic. And then talk a little bit about what we're doing now. So during the pandemic, one of the things that we did with the district was that we partnered with them to ensure that families that were identified by principals, counselors in what I would call high risk schools were linked to our truancy providers. We have over 100 case managers that work out of nonprofit organizations, and they were responsible for, going out in the field, knocking on doors to figure out, if there were any issues with absenteeism or any issues with parents, that parents were having as it related to, kids not attending school. What we saw last year was that we did a lot of front end work during the pandemic. And what I mean by that was that the front end work that we did was mainly around making sure that the families and the students had the equipment needed for virtual school, but also that they were also given the case management needed to navigate a lot of the socioeconomic issues that were happening. That led to, a minimal amount of cases coming into regional court. What we are seeing this year is that we are in the second month of the school year. And the idea is that we continue to do a lot of what we call tier 1 early intervention, which is once kids have been identified to have anywhere between 3 to 6 absences. The idea is that counselors are connecting with our office. We're giving the information on that student, and we open up a case to figure out what's going on to prevent that child from getting into what we call tier 2, which is 10 absences or more. So case management is rendered at the beginning of the case, so that we can prevent the absenteeism. If for whatever reason absenteeism continues, then there is a little bit of more intensive case management given, to the family, and work with counselors as we go through the regional court process.
So, Waleska, can you talk to me a little bit about what we're tracking? What is the change in the number of students who are absent 3 to 6 times, or that lower number, and 10 times? Are you seeing a significant increase? Because I'm hearing from principals that there is.
Yes. So what we have seen, I could tell you that, so in looking at this
Give
work
us some numbers now.
I'm sorry?
Could you give us some numbers now?
Yeah, well, I'll give you the numbers for the pandemic and before that, and even before I came in. So when I came into the system about 5 years ago, what I was seeing was a huge influx of cases that were going into regional and family court. We implemented during the last 3 years a lot of case management in the early intervention phase, which is the 3 to 6 threshold. What we saw in implementing a lot of the case management was that, families just needed help and education in terms of how to navigate the system. Just, simple things around, if my child is absent, who do I submit a note to? If my child's in the hospital, what are some of the things that I need to do to be able to communicate with the different system within the district? All of that to say that what we saw was that by helping families and educating them on the attendance policies and procedures for the district, we were able to see an immediate decrease in the number of kids that were coming into regional court. we also have been able and have continued to be able to work with the nonprofit provider pool alongside with the school counselors, so that when there's a trigger, and when I'm saying trigger, there's a child that, we're seeing that, he was coming in, and for whatever reason now the teacher is coming to the counselor because he or she is not coming. The principals are now more vocal in letting us know what are some of the issues that they're finding, and where we are sending out case managers to support.
I don't want to cut you off, but I definitely want us to have a longer conversation about this. We can do that offline. I think for the purposes of the hearing, though, could you let us know what are the numbers that you are seeing pre-pandemic, 3 to 6 absences, 10 absences or more, and then what do the current numbers currently look like?
So I'll start with the current numbers. For the current numbers, we actually are in the midst of getting that data and that information. So I can definitely look for that information and send it over. Pre-pandemic, what we were seeing was an average of about 5,000 cases that were coming to us in the early intervention phases.
Okay.
And I would definitely be able to give you a gist of pre-pandemic, pandemic, and where we are now. We can send you that information.
I think that needs to go to our chair. One of the things that's important is that we're not looking at daily attendance rates because those don't reveal anything really. It just shows a general attendance. What we're trying to pay attention to is the number of students who actually go to school for 90% of the school year, or however we're measuring it. And I think because you again deal with children and families, and not just, I assume, district schools. You're looking at what's happening in schools all across the city. So we're understanding what the issue is around in-school engagement. And then lastly, I think one of the things we should be thinking about with truancy is the kinds of re-engagement strategies that are centered at the school-based level. I again agree and appreciate the role of CUAS to track, to do case management, but ultimately the re-engagement has to come in at the school level. So we're looking at schools with higher concentrations. Things need to change. I don't want to make any assumptions about schools or what's happening, but clearly we're seeing a need for engagement. And then finally, I guess what I would say is, we have a school nursing crisis. We have a counselors, obviously, we have a vacancies in a lot of our school counselors, or rather, we have a lot of vacancies in our school nurses, but we continue to hear over and over again from principals about the urgent need for school staffing supports for mental health trauma support needs. We've had a historic and extremely popular STEP program that the city initiated through CBH and that spread its way to 22 schools. I'll put it out again as a question, but then also affirmatively as a statement. We must expand the number of schools that have STEP. And if that's the city's responsibility to do, or if the school district can do it, I think that is an option. But Deputy Mayor Figueroa, can you talk to me about if we want to expand the number of schools? And I know we have some social workers that could potentially be possible for this through the city end. What are the barriers at this point?
Well, as I said prior, I mean, and certainly I wouldn't want to answer on behalf of the Commissioner of the DBHIDS, where, STEP's guidance is under, as well as all of the TSS and their, the proposal that they put out and have all the behavioral health providers that operate out of the school. And certainly I know Karen is going to be on later, so she could also give insight to this. But certainly, the truancy, I think, just offering sort of where the supports and our commitments are. The truancy case managers in that work are not CUA case managers and don't necessarily work with kids who are already system involved. So I think we're certainly more open to providing any way that we can enhance resources as necessary. And we actually did expand. You mentioned the community schools. We actually wanted to make sure the truancy supports and case management services reach beyond. So the community schools now also have that as a very distinct support that Waleska has expanded in the district. So, our social work teams, are the social workers that we have in OCF, are assigned to DHS child welfare related matters in investigation and intake. Outside of that, we're always looking to creativity. We're even looking, how do we help fund and support opportunities that are run by our sister organizations? So certainly for STEP, we would be willing to talk to them about, what is the need around that capacity and expansion.
Okay. And then, Mr. Chair, I'm going to end here. Yep, I'm going to end here and just wanted to just request that we ask from Ms. Maldonado the list of schools with the highest rates of truancy, if we could just have them. And it should not just be district or charter. I assume that there'll be a number of them, but if we could just take a look, and also any changes that we've seen in them over the number of years, including their current standings as of right now. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and thank you for quarterbacking during my technical difficulties. Appreciate it. Councilwoman Catherine Gilmore Richardson.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much to all of our colleagues for the questions that have already been offered, some of which I already had. So I wanted to just thank you, Mr. Chair, for working with us closely on the development of the Community Evening Resource Centers, and I wanted to thank you, Deputy Mayor Figueroa and Commissioner Ali. I apologize if I missed this, but I just wanted you all to just go into a little detail about the CERCs, and we'll go from there. And I had another question around the LEAP program. I was reviewing the slides that you all submitted to us. So I had a question for the library specifically around the LEAP program, if we could drill down there, because that's technically like an out of school time service provider in the library system.
So thank you, Councilmember Gilmore Richardson. And so no, you did not miss it. We didn't have an opportunity to highlight the Community Evening Resource Centers, as Councilmember Johnson calls them, AKA curfew centers. And so we are pleased with the support of council to have issued an RFP for Community Evening Resource Centers. So that RFP was issued in July. The request for proposals came in August. And then on October the 8th, we actually selected 3 providers who will be providing site-based services to young people who come to the attention of the police as a result of a curfew violation. However, we don't want to stop there. We want to continue to engage the young person and then offer additional services to the young person. And so the curfew centers will be opened, the Community Evening Resource Centers will be opened Monday, 7 days a week, from 7 p.m. to 2 a.m. in the morning. And our goal is, number one, to make sure that we return that young person safely to his or her home, but also to make sure that we continuously engage the young person so that they won't have a subsequent curfew violation. The 3 providers that have been selected, the first provider is located in the East Division. That is the Youth Advocate Program. The second provider is in the South Division. That is Diversified Community Services, also known as the Dixon House. And then the third provider is in the Southwest Division, and that provider is Community of Compassion. As indicated, we notified the awardees on October the 8th that they were selected. So during this period of time, they have been meeting with my staff in order to do the capacity building. Their goal is certainly to make sure that they ramp up, with hiring, with programming, with partnering with other community-based providers to ensure that they're able to offer comprehensive programming to the young people. And so they will be operationalized around the first week of December. So we are certainly excited about the Community Evening Resource Centers, and we look forward to the evaluation process to determine what impact, if any, that they are having on young people.
And Commissioner, I don't know if we have this or if we have to get this from police, but if we have any data around the current curfew numbers since school has reconvened in person.
So we definitely need to get that with the police. So I can circle back with our colleagues. As you know, we've been working closely with Deputy Commissioner Dales around the launch of these community evening resource centers. So we can circle back and provide that data.
Okay, that'll be great. The other thing I wanted to ask about, Mr. Chair, was relative to the LEAP program at the Free Library. I noticed from the slideshow that we received in advance of the hearing that it was 150 LEAP slots, but I was not certain how that was happening, knowing that all the libraries aren't open. So if someone could talk about the LEAP program, which is technically an OST program through the Free Library, that'll be helpful.
So, I'm definitely going to answer, but there's a few questions we have to respond to, you guys, and you're like, oh, they're going to hate to hear this first part of the answer, which is reminiscent of what you heard around libraries in general and Parks and Rec, which is the LEAP was part of the cuts that happened during the pandemic. And so that funding was entirely eliminated. And so we're building that back up. So we currently have 9 programs in 4 priority neighborhoods. I know Chris Caputo is on. I think we're really excited that LEAP is coming back. And one of the big benefits is that we hire folks into the super kind of what I consider the coordinator supervisor role that are usually like old young adults, and then the LEAP participants themselves. But Chris, can you talk a little bit about where we are right now and what we're doing to catch up on the hiring?
Sure, and specifically, let me be very clear on this one because I'm very familiar with LEAP. I'm a former TLA in LEAP, so I'm very familiar with the program, which is why I'm asking and drilling down on this because I know it's an important way to engage young people who are either in high school to work with the children they may know in the neighborhood who are in elementary and middle school, and it sort of helps with connecting young people and keeping them connected and sort of keeping them outside of that sort of conflict that we've been seeing brewing in a lot of these schools and communities. So if you could just detail the 4 locations and then what the plans are to ramp up the the LEAP program and hire TLAs and how many you're going to hire.
Thank you very much for your questions. I'm Christine Caputo, Head of Youth Services at the Free Library. And currently we have 10 locations that are hosting LEAP right now. We were able to open up 1 more this week. So 8 of those have TLAs currently. Those libraries are the Greater Olney Library, the Kensington Library, the Longcrest Library, the Lillian Marrero Library, the Overbrook Park Library, the Charles Santor Library, the South Philadelphia Library, and the Tacony Library. And then we have 2 additional libraries that have adult staff at them now. We are currently hiring TLAs, and so we have dozens of them in process. But for young people, as you know, the hiring process can be a little complicated, so it takes a little bit more time for us to get all of their documentation completed. So each week we're going to able to ramp up additional locations to have LEAP with the teens on site. We're looking this year, as the funding has been restored, to hire about 70 high school students for the LEAP program across the city. And we will have LEAP with adult employees at every library that's open this year. As was kind of mentioned earlier, with all the hiring difficulties everyone is having, we're finding that a little bit as well for our adult staff, is that we're still have some vacancies that we're looking to fill, and we have additional adult staff for the LEAP program that are in the hiring pipeline.
Okay, and so I just wanted to ask regarding ramping up with the hiring for the program, particularly with the young people that you hire in the areas, and I was taking note of the libraries that you've notated. How are you all working in conjunction either with the city and or the school district to determine which locations are next? Meaning you talked about priority areas, but how are you determining based on what you have online already which locations you're moving to next? Because some locations need more help, some areas need more help than other areas. And I ask that because, and this is an overall question that I will have for everyone here, is I'm hearing from individuals across the city, and I've been out. We've been out doing tours for enforcement of the drug paraphernalia bill. We've been walking communities, and everything those community members are telling us is that they feel as though city services are not touching them, particularly in areas that may need, more touch. They may need to, instead of getting a call, they may need a knock on the door, like Commissioner Otlevel talked about. So how are we engaging those communities? And meaning, and for you, Christine, what's the plan as far as the next locations that are selected to have TLAs and to have the LEAP program? Because I can tell you this from personal experience, the LEAP program kept so many young people in our community off the streets, in the library where they could receive help with their homework and have another place to go until their parents, may get home from work.
Thank you for the question. We're pretty much hiring simultaneously for all the libraries. It's a matter of the timing of when students are available to complete their paperwork. So we're trying to support the teens that have been identified. There are a few slots, to your point, that have not yet been filled. There are not teens identified in a few neighborhoods, and we're asking the staff on site at those neighborhood libraries to work with their community members or community organizations to find teens from that community to support the after-school program. So I don't have an exact update of how that sort of in-person outreach is going in each neighborhood, but that is being started. It started in October to really reach out into the community.
Okay, and may I suggest if we could work with the specific schools in those areas to target young people who may need job opportunities or who may want job opportunities so that they could be in the queue first for those TLA positions with the LEAP programs at the library.
That's a great
Sure,
idea.
absolutely.
Okay, if we could do that, that would be extremely helpful for the young people in those communities. Thank you very, very much, Christine. Now, Mr. Chair, if I can, I'd like to pivot back to our Deputy Mayor and follow up on some of the questions around truancy. So I wrote down from reviewing all the testimony and the slides, I circled truancy. Is there any way that we can reach out to the young people who we know are truant to ensure they're connected to the Work Ready program? Because what I find is that we have all these wonderful programs and we increase the funding and we're doing the best that we can to get the word out. But there's some young people who just won't arbitrarily apply for these programs just because we put the flyer on social media, because they're not following our pages. Okay? Just because, we send it out via postal mail or in our e-newsletter. Some of these young people have to be targeted specifically for these opportunities. And we know that some young people, again, are not going to arbitrarily apply. So how are we getting to the young people who are truant to get them connected to the Work Ready program and other programs that they may be eligible for that they may not arbitrarily apply for?
So, well, I'm going to have you walk through that in terms of both the age ranges of who've served in truancy and how we cater to the high school aged.
One of the things that we have begun doing during the last 2 years is actually uniting all of what we call the core partners. And what we mean by that is those are providers that are, might be case managers that are doing truancy. It could be providers that are doing out of school time, or it could either be providers that are doing Work Ready. The idea here is that all those providers, we're getting them all in one room. And the idea is for them to be able to understand and know how to make sure that they have access and understanding of all of the possible programs that the kids that they're serving, their kids and their families can be linked to. So as it relates to truancy, one of the things that we do is that those case managers are given the resources. When we're recruiting at the beginning of, the spring, right? We're getting ready for the summer. Those case managers are brought into a room so that they understand, the programs that are going to be available, and that those programs are then offered to the students so that they can engage and have jobs during the summer. So in a nutshell, the idea is that providers are talking to each other. We're getting them all into one stage so that, so that they have the understanding that then they can provide to the families and the students. I
Okay,
will continue to do that.
okay, and I just want to make sure that we are offering all the services we have, the full cadre of services, to young people who may be on the cusp of something, right, or being involved with something, and truancy is an indicator for that. Finally, Mr. Chair, I'll have to circle back. I have a meeting with the United States EPA at 12 p.m., but I do have a question based on the materials that were presented in advance of the hearing around conflict resolution and how that is being implemented in our schools, particularly because this is the first year that the district was supposed to implement conflict resolution in every school for every child, particularly on the tier 1 basis. So my question that I want to offer in advance of that part of the hearing is how is the conflict resolution program going for every school? Has every school selected a conflict resolution program? Is it working? And what more can we do to supplement the conflict resolution services that need to be offered to our young people? And secondly, there was another issue in the testimony that I read around speed bumps in every school. We want to look into that to ensure that we're providing a safe atmosphere outside of our schools. And that was one of the suggestions that came up in the testimony that we reviewed previously. But I do have to go, Mr. Chair. I will try to come back, okay? Thank you very, very much.
You're welcome. Deputy Commissioner, would that be your lane in terms of an update on conflict resolution, or should I wait for the next panel with the district?
I believe that's the district question.
All right.
Commissioner Ali talked about that we have some of that related to the youth that are in the PJJC and some of our IPS programs, but not school specific.
Well, I want to thank you and your team for joining us today, and just looking forward for the follow-up on a variety of different issues in terms of the data and what you said you would follow up on. And just thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I know you're rushed. I just want to say, I think that we've proven that we can be really creative. And I think your leadership and working in partnership and demonstrating how we can come together, because there are a lot of resources, and the team has done an extraordinary job. So we're here to partner with council, and we're really appreciative of how your approach has been, Councilmember Johnson and other members of the committee. So thank you.
Thank you very much, and y'all keep up the good work.
Thanks.
Will the clerk please call the next panel?
For the next panel, we have Karen Lynch, Dr. Robin Cooper, and Scott Gordon.
Karen, could you
Yes,
start? How you doing today?
fine, thank you. How are you, sir?
I'm doing pretty good. Can you start us off to state your name for the record and begin your testimony?
Yes, sir, I will. My name for the record is Karen Lynch. I am Chief of Student Support Services with the School District of Philadelphia. And I'd like to express my thanks and appreciation for the opportunity to be here today to speak with you and members of the City Council about a topic that is extremely important to us in the School District of Philadelphia, and one that is significantly impacting our most important consumer of service, and that is our students. Which is not to say that there's not a significant impact on all of us within the school district whenever we learn of the loss of a student or the loss of a child within our community. But particularly, we're here today to talk about the impact on children. I bring you greetings from the superintendent and from the school district. Gun violence, as I have shared in the past, is significantly impacting young people, particularly Black and Hispanic young men across the city of Philadelphia. The loss of so many young people's lives to gun violence is a community crisis. And we have lost far more children to gun violence in the last year, in the last few years, than we have lost children to the pandemic caused by COVID. It is senseless, it is alarming. And each time we learn of another child lost to gun violence, mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, friends, classmates, teachers, we're all impacted by this loss. Each person impacted experiences their own trauma and their own level of trauma, and each person needs to have a level of support. The loss of life is not isolated to the individual who was lost or to their immediate family. We think about the lost possibilities, loss of prom, driver's license, graduation, marriage, children, grandchildren. It's alarming. It's almost that we are significantly impacting the next generation and the generation after that. I think of the growing poverty of hope as we hear from each instance, and the numbing that many of us are experiencing because there have been so many children lost to gun violence. I pray for the survivors. It's a crisis that our city is experiencing. Individual communities and the city as a whole are impacted by the violence. The school district is a part of the community, and we want to assist with this issue. Students all across the city attend the School District of Philadelphia. The school district's primary mandate is education. The safety and protection of students attending our schools is also our responsibility. When something happens to a student, a young person, we grieve, and we want to collaborate and participate in the solutions to solve this issue. I have shared in the past the continuum of support that is offered by the school district. We also have protocols when there is a crisis or a critical incident involving a district student, and we offer professional development as well as for our teachers and for our school-based staff, so they are most familiar with what should happen. I've outlined this process, and I can certainly do so today. When a crisis occurs within our community, district staff, including the school principal, receive a report involving a school-aged public school student, and our prevention and intervention liaisons for the school become involved with the principal and outline the plan of approach in each individual circumstance. Each experience is unique. Unfortunately, lately, we have been having more and more instances where our crisis response team is called into action to assist principals and to address the issues taking place in the school. The response can involve one or more schools, depending on the student's grade, whether or not they have siblings in other schools, and the support that we provide is to each of the schools and school-based students in various staffs in various schools. So, for example, there is a victim of gun violence in one particular school and they have cousins and relatives in another school. We're going to provide supports to the other school as well as to the individuals in the primary school where the student attended. Counselors, psychologists, members of our STEP team are all involved. We involved community-based services that we engage with. Community Behavioral Health Agency is involved. Depending on the circumstances, IBHS teams, that's the intensive behavioral health support teams, are actively involved. We receive assistance from lots of external partners in this effort, or several external partners in this effort, including the Center for Grieving Children, network of neighborhoods, and the Philadelphia Alliance for Child Trauma Services. Our staff are aware and prepared to do the outreach that is necessary, to contact family members, to contact outside agencies, and to gain the support that's needed for each school and in each circumstance. The school district staff also have the opportunity to access our employee assistance program, which offers trauma support. They come into schools when there has been a crisis, and they engage with the adults ongoing in the building and provide that support. I did mention IBHS, which is now in all of our schools in partnership with CVH. It's a Tier 3 support for students, and it also provides, that team also provides coaching and training for our teachers, so they enter classrooms and help increase the knowledge that our school-based staff have with addressing issues of trauma that children are experiencing. I also wanted to share that my colleague, Kevin Bethel, could not be here today. But two initiatives were announced most recently. Kevin and Dr. Haidt had a press conference, I believe, probably a week or so ago, where they announced the two initiatives, and he shared with me some information that I'd like to share with you today. We have, in partnership with the Police Department of Philadelphia, they have worked with us to increase their current school their presence during school dismissal, and they are in dismissal corridors. They're deployed. Uniformed officers are deployed to provide additional support to designated schools. Personnel will start prior to 2 p.m., which is the dismissal time. They survey the various communities to see what is occurring in and around schools within their zone, and they identify any ongoing and/or emerging activity that potentially could put students at risk of gun violence. And the police department will cover 25 safety zones that encompass 38 schools. And so we're particularly pleased about that new initiative. And we're also pleased about the Safe Path program. Our Office of School Safety here at the school district will implement a Safe Path program, if you will, which will be in collaboration between the district, the city, and community stakeholders that aim to provide extra supervision and supports to students traveling to and from school to reduce the rate of violence experienced by our students. Community members patrol routes around the schools at the end of the school day, and they observe and report student safety issues along specific routes. The Safe Path personnel will be working in teams and will share information and report any suspicious or unusual activity to the Office of School Safety and the police department when necessary. And the schools are going to be chosen based on an index, and this is a grant that was received from PCCD, the state agency that engages with. I had the opportunity, Councilman, to review the resolution, and one thing that I would share is that the resolution has quite a focus on the School District of Philadelphia, and I would be remiss as an advocate for children if I did not highlight the 80,000 plus students that attend public school in our charter network within the city of Philadelphia. And to the best of my knowledge, I can share with you that these students too are experiencing the negative impacts of gun violence, probably on an ongoing basis, just as students in the School District of Philadelphia are experiencing. And they too need the supports that are extremely important for any child to receive when there has been gun violence, or when they have experienced trauma, when they have experienced violence, and when they are sitting side by side with individuals who have done so as well. And so the impact of gun violence on children that are attending our charter schools is something else that I think is extremely important not to overlook. Finally, in closing, I'd like to share that I have shared with you the supports that are offered when trauma has occurred and when violence has occurred to address the psychosocial needs of our students. I'd also like to highlight that there is another host of array of, if you will, supports, programs, services that are available within the School District of Philadelphia in all of our schools that are aimed at addressing climate, addressing ways in which students engage with one another, establishing for certainty the opportunities for building better relationships between adults and students and students and students, and as Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson just alluded to, finding and reinforcing ways for students to identify their emotions, their feelings, and learn to express them in a way that does not create violence, but in fact reduces conflict and helps students to manage their conflict. Each year, in each and every one of our schools, our school leaders are engaged in a process of looking at their data and identifying their school improvement plan for the year. And as part of that process, each and every one of our leaders, together with central office staff, collectively determine what their climate initiatives are going to be for improving their climate. If schools have attendance issues, if their data shows that they have low attendance, if they have conflicts that occur during certain hours of the day, if students are not actively engaging in a positive way, if they're, for example, suspension rates are higher than what is acceptable, if there is disproportionality in their discipline and their suspension rates, meaning for example, girls might be suspended more frequently than boys for the same infraction, or Black and brown students might be suspended more frequently than other students. All of these data metrics, if you will, are considered when each school leader develops their school improvement plan and identifies the evidence-based climate initiatives that will be implemented in their school during the year. And each of these plans that include climate initiatives, the principal is tracked against these, the principal and team are tracked against the outcomes throughout the year. So we're monitoring attendance in issues in schools where there's an attendance issue. We're monitoring discipline in schools where there might be an instance where the goal for the year that the principal has identified is to reduce discipline. And so this ongoing interaction to monitor is really a means of identifying what the issues and concerns are in the school that may come up throughout the year that need to be addressed, as well as the opportunities to correct actions and to improve, make implementation changes in order to ensure that the goals that should be reached are going to be reached. Several of the practices or frameworks, if you will, that schools have identified: restorative practices, PBIS, youth court. We have several schools that have identified equity changes, particularly when they are experiencing disproportional results that are shown in their data. Related to other improvements that we have to address issues of trauma on an ongoing basis, I think the last time I was with you all in April, we had the opportunity to hear from Dr. Kathy Reeves, who's with Temple University, who shared that she's implementing I would call it a support program that really engages not just students in the school, but also their family members to address trauma that they have experienced, to promote educational attainment. It's a team of people that are in several of our schools, and since that time, that program has been expanded to yet another school as a result of the principal expressing great interest, and because it's in the footprint right in the community of Temple University. And so we were able to expand to Kelly School, which has been a great opportunity for that school as well. So I think I'm going to leave it at that and share with you that, again, this is an issue of great concern for us. It's a priority for us. And we want to be part of the solution, although we can't weigh the entire effort on our shoulders. Our goal is to really provide support to our children and to our students and to our school-based staff who are our direct link. and require just as much support, direct link to our students. Thank you very much again for the opportunity.
Thank you. Will the clerk please call the next panelist?
Dr. Robin Cooper.
Dr. Cooper, just state your name and title for the record. Please begin your testimony.
Dr. Robin Cooper. Good morning to the Honorable Council Member Kenyatta Johnson and other esteemed members. Thank you for allowing me this significant opportunity to present before this panel on gun violence. I am Dr. Robin Cooper, proud president of Teamsters Local 502 CASA. We represent approximately 800 school district of Philadelphia administrators, inclusive but not limited to principals, assistant principals, facility area managers, climate managers, school police safety supervisors, food service supervisors, early childhood supervisors, and others. If I asked you to take a moment of silence for all of those that have lost their lives who are under the age of 18, then we would be silent for as many hours as there are in this day. Since the beginning of the school year alone, 4 school communities have felt the negative impact of gun violence as they grapple with students who bring weapons to school, students who have been shot by a firearm, murdered students, and murdered community members not associated with the school setting. This has all happened in a very short span of 7 weeks. Forever, our schools have been safe havens for our children. You name it, we have been the safe haven for it. If children were suffering physically, psychologically, mentally, behaviorally, or academically, our schools have provided a safe haven for children to escape, if only for those few hours each day. If children are in need of extracurricular activities, school provides that safe haven. If children want to go somewhere safe because the streets are too dangerous, school provides that safe haven. So what happens when these safe havens become the very unsafe places that children and families have tried so hard to avoid? What happens when the line between safe and unsafe is so blurred that children aren't sure which line to cross? Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King said, "Let no man pull you so low as to hate him." It is clear with nearly 500 murders in our city in this year alone that there is a lot of hate that is going on in our communities, and that hate has finally infiltrated our biggest safe haven, our schools. For gun violence to make its way to the doorsteps of our safe havens at such a rapid pace without a rapid remedy will speak for decades to come of who we are as Philadelphians in the city of brotherly love. Gandhi said, "I object to violence because when it appears to do good, the good is only temporary. The evil it does is permanent." Our school and our school corridors are becoming unsafe for many reasons that need our immediate attention if we say that we truly care about Philadelphia's children. For the purpose of this hearing, I will highlight from an educator's perspective why schools are rapidly declining in their ability to provide a hedge of protection around our most vulnerable citizens, our children. I will share what resources school leaders believe are needed to assist in combating gun violence. Lastly, I will share policy recommendations. We currently have numerous vacancies within the district, and they're leading to chaotic school environments. When you have limited supports being given to school leaders, but when something goes wrong, those school leaders then become the face of what is perceived by the public as an out of control school environment. The lack of specialized supports to respond to the immediate mental health needs and trauma of our students who have been isolated for the last 18 months. A lot of adults don't know how to re-enter society in a peaceful manner. What would make us think that our children could do the same alone without the necessary supports? The lack of equitable funding for each school community to provide activities and unresolved community peer conflict by way of social media. All of these things have gone on during the pandemic and even before. The following resources are needed to assist with maintaining our schools as safe havens. We need school district and city officials to work around the clock to hire as many human resources as possible. While we understand that there is a national shortage, currently there are applications that have not been processed in a timely fashion to ensure safe school environments. We need the school district to ensure that known and unanticipated vacancies for critical student-facing school-based positions are able to be filled in a timely manner, resulting in all schools being 100% staffed without fail. There must be oversight in this critical area until all vacancies are filled. Our children and our staff's safety depends on it. We want the school district to recognize the time must be allotted in the daily schedule to conduct peer mediation without fear of disciplinary action for deviating from instructional programs. Children spent nearly 18 months out of school. During those 18 months, many still unresolved conflicts exist, especially by way of social media. However, upon the return to school, adequate time or resources were not allotted to address many of the social ills that in some cases may have resulted in the school violence that we see. We need a student support team consisting of school counselors, psychologists, social workers, and other professionals who can work with administrators, instructional staffs, and families in order to problem solve issues and concerns about individual students and groups of students with similar needs. We need a per student allocation for each school for extracurricular out of school time programming that builds community, promotes positive social interactions, and provides students with a safe space after school hours to keep them out of and off the streets. We need implementation of partnerships with building trades, health services, and labor unions so that high school students can access apprenticeships in plumbing, carpentry, electrical work, roofing, etc. Medical apprenticeships with all local university teaching hospitals. The school district should have regional-based rapid response teams that consist of district personnel, city agency staff, community partners, and others who know the neighborhoods, the schools, and community of the city to support with prevention, intervention, response, recovery, and mitigation efforts associated with violent crimes and traumatic incidents touching neighborhoods, schools, and communities. And for students who consistently and deliberately do not respond to positive intervention programs, we need for them to be provide sufficient alternative and restorative schools where students who have veered off path can attend to get back on track for high school graduation through academic and career tech. So the policy recommendations. We're asking for legislation that speaks to schools as safe havens while detailing consequences for reckless behavior in and near safe corridors to and from schools. We also need to revisit the actual Sandusky Act. The Sandusky Act is an act that was created to prevent child abuse, but in the Philadelphia School District, it is being used to remove any adult staff members who come into physical contact with a child. For example, staff members are removed from schools under the guise of violation of Child Protective Service law for simply separating students who were engaged in a mutual fight or group assault. So this erroneous implementation of this very, very serious act has adults unwilling to break up physical altercations because it could lead to the loss of their licensure due to the misconception of suspected child abuse. Several principals have been removed for preventing a student in crisis from further harming themselves or other students, even when the principal has applied the training provided by the district to do so, which is called safety cares. These removals have also resulted in child line calls, investigations by DHS, and despite being cleared and expunged, remain as a black mark on their state record, which limits employee opportunities outside of Philadelphia. So the way this act is being implemented in Philadelphia has inadvertently led to the immediate breakdown of assisting in keeping our children safe, thus leaving many students to their own devices to handle their problems on their own. We need full implementation of statewide fair funded formula so that Philadelphia schools receive their proper allocations in consideration of social emotional status, special education, multilingual education, and safe schools funding. In the words of Gandhi, nonviolence is a weapon of the strong, the greatest force at the disposal of mankind. Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King stated, nonviolence is a powerful and just weapon which cuts without wounding and ennobles the man who wields it. It is a sword that heals. Let us provide ample opportunities for our youth to positively engage in learning and training, to build up their nonviolent power and be the force of healing, safety, and health in our beloved Philadelphia community. It starts with us and it must be done by us. I sincerely thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Will the clerk call on the next panelist?
Scott Gordon.
Good morning, Scott. Just say your name for the record and your title, and you can begin, Scott.
Yep. Good afternoon. I'm Scott Gordon, CEO at the Mastery Charter Schools Network. Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. Thank you, committee. Let me start by just quickly introducing Mastery. We serve 11,500 students in Philadelphia. We're unique in that 12 of our 15 charters are turnarounds of the previous lowest performing and often violent school district schools. Those schools are now thriving. Over 3,000 parents have returned back to their neighborhood school after the Mastery turnaround. We serve all students. Some 22% of our students have IEPs. And finally, academics have improved so substantially that most of our schools now score above the city average on standardized tests. In fact, prior to the pandemic, Mastery was a national model for how schools can reduce violence by creating strong teacher-student relationships, providing mental health interventions, and offering robust after-school activities. So some good news first. It works. And just as an example, in the year before Mastery's turnaround at Gratz High Schools, 6 students had been shot in the community, and violence was a regular feature of school life. Within 4 years, Gratz had dropped that number to 0 students shot, and the school was taken off the persistently dangerous list. The current horrific wave of gun violence has undone all that progress, and now, as I know you are painfully aware, terrorizes students and families at every Mastery school. At Gratz alone, 6 students and 3 alumni have been shot in the community. Demetrius Moore, Jasir Pitts, Rashid Clement, Namir Johnson, Tommy Frazier, and Jordan Murray. It's also not just our high schools. At Harrity School in West Philadelphia, for example, 4 parents have been shot, and we are now providing intensive mental health interventions to their 7 children who attend the school. I want to thank the City Council for delivering the additional $55 million for anti-violence initiatives. Thank you. But despite that commitment, from where we sit in the community, there's a disconnect relative to the impact that we see at our level. And before I sort of talk about that disconnect, I just want to acknowledge that Mastery parent leaders have met with many people on this committee, as well as Commissioner Outlaw, representatives from the DA, the mayor's office, other state legislators. And folks have been incredibly generous with their time, and it's clear that they are working very hard. But when our youth are dying and our parents are afraid to let their children out of the house, it's not enough. Let me give you an example of what I mean. Just this week, the school district and police department announced that they're going to provide extra resources to 25 safe school zones. Yet no Mastery school, despite the fact that we operate in the city's highest poverty communities, was included in that program. The police department shared that there simply aren't enough officers to cover all the schools that need protection, and there's a shortage of officers and new recruits. If that is the case, then I ask that recruiting new police officers be a city priority. Let it be a citywide campaign. our 11,500 parent leaders can help. It shouldn't be okay when a school asks for a police car to be in front of the school and at dismissal because of violence in the community to be told that there simply aren't enough cars available. Another example, we know that community-based policing programs work, but from where we sit, they just aren't scaled up to the size of the crisis we now face. The Group Violence Intervention Program, or GVI, which many of you are familiar with, has been effective in Philadelphia and elsewhere in the country. Yet GVI in Philadelphia has just 3 staff people. Wilmington, Delaware has 19. As a network of neighborhood schools, Mastery stands ready to do our part. We're investing in after-school programming and embrace the vision of schools as safe havens for youth during and after school hours. This summer, we took on that challenge and ran summer programming in partnership with local community groups that provided camp-like activities and academics to over 4,000 young people. We want to do more and ask that the funding be made available to support that work on an ongoing basis. Another example, this month we launched a $2.5 million 3-year initiative called Rebound that will provide intense support to 125 Mastery students who are most at risk of violence. It is, as far as we know, the first program in the nation to adapt community anti-violence strategies in a school-based setting. Those 125 students will be paired with neighborhood mentors or interrupters from local nonprofits here in the city, also be provided cognitive therapy and connected to jobs and extracurricular activities. Right now, we're using school funds for this program, and we've applied to the city for support so we can continue and expand this critical work. Finally, we're also examining how we're engaging all of our high school youth. Our high schools are shifting from a college for all model to a post-secondary success for all model. We recently introduced 3 career and technical programs and expect to do more. We know we need to do more to ensure every student feels connected to their school and sees a path to success through their Mastery High School. Finally, an offer. Mastery parents and Mastery school leaders are ready to do whatever needs to be done. We will work with any and every public official, city agencies, community organizations that is about the work of stopping violence. We'll walk with you in the streets, visit homes with you, travel to Harrisburg or Washington with you. We have the relationships with our families and we want to engage with you. The lives of our Black and brown students matter, and we won't rest as an institution until every student is safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And I remember it was a couple years ago, Scott, where a young man, Khalil Miller, good friend of mine, his mother's Aisha George, Mastery Charter School student, passed away. 2 of them, actually, him and Sal Danubli, both were murdered in South Philadelphia. And I remember talking to you then regarding this same issue and really trying to figure out how we connect the dots, because it shouldn't be 2 systems being treated around the issue of gun violence separately. But the reality is, right now, a lot of focus are on district-related schools as opposed to charter schools. And so thank you for taking the invitation. And that is correct. Personally, I want to say that there should have been at least yourself and any other charter school advocates at a part of that press conference that did take place. And we're bringing people together, because they're not charter school kids versus public school kids. They're all of our children at the end of the day. And so I just wanted to put that out there for the record. I have a couple questions, and I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues. My first question is to Karen Litch from the school district. Hey, Karen, how you doing today?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
Good, good. And I always go on record, just acknowledge you for going up to Greater Ford Prison with me to try to connect the fathers who are incarcerated with their children who are attending Philadelphia public schools. And so we talk about leadership, and we talk about somebody just walking the walk and talking the talk. Just want to acknowledge you for that, because not most folks want to go into a prison and address that type of situation. So, Karen, just thank you for your service. Couple questions. When a kid is found with a gun in school, what's the process with the Philadelphia public school system? What's the process in the district when a kid is found with a school within the system? And then also, in terms of safe corridor programs, right? Have the district explored partnering with neighborhood-based organizations from a contractual standpoint? I'm advocating for a group called Frontline Dads. They're outside of Vault School, where a young man was murdered not too far ago. But have we explored doing those type of community-based partnerships to focus on safe corridors? So safe corridors, and what's the protocol when a young person is found with a gun in the school system?
So, Councilman, each of these areas of responsibility are really within the domain of my colleague, who unfortunately could not be here today, and that is Kevin Bethel. With regard to engaging community partners, my understanding is that for safe corridors, that's absolutely what is planned. And he could speak more regarding the process that will be used to identify the community partners that will be engaged. But identifying partners that are most familiar with individual communities of Philadelphia is the objective, because who knows better what happens within their community and the underlying issues that are taking place within a community, and who's speaking to whom and who has beef with whom, than organizations that are within the community. So the goal is, in fact, to engage the community. With regard to guns found in a school, you know that we have for the last few years had an arrest diversion program within the school district of Philadelphia, which has significantly reduced the numbers of arrests for children. Previously, 10, 11 years old, we were arresting children. Now that's not the case. And so with arrest diversion, students are receiving a good deal of supportive services. And in fact, we are hopeful that what we are actually doing is reducing the numbers of young men that are going to places like Graterford, where you and I had the opportunity to see so many Black and brown men who are incarcerated for many, many, many years for crimes that they committed when they were young people, young teens. The protocol when there is a gun, because bringing guns into school is a violation of our Code of Student Conduct, and our Code of Conduct outlines specifically what is to happen and the continuum. It's not one of the offenses that is included with our arrest diversion. And in fact, the police department is engaged when there is a gun in the school. And so that's very, very short on what happens and what's expected to happen. The police become actively involved, an investigation is conducted, and further action is taken based on the outcomes of the investigation.
Can you elaborate on, I guess, what was just mentioned in the previous testimony regarding, I guess, the Sandusky rules in terms of individuals maybe apprehensive to intervene and resolving conflicts in a school setting, so they don't be, I guess, identified as, breaking the law under the Sandusky rule. Can you elaborate on that prior testimony?
Yes, I would share with you that that engaging in disputes that are taking place, even physical disputes, is something that does happen within a school, and there are school leaders all across, school-based staff all across our school district that are engaged in that effort, and Sandusky does not become the result. I would also share with you that Sandusky is a law that is that requires mandated reporters to report, and school district employees are all mandated reporters. We report. It's another agency entirely that determines what the safety plan is going to be for the individual. So if that agency determines that the safety plan is that the individual involved in whatever circumstance must be removed, then that is the direction that we take while an investigation is underway. I would also share that, to my knowledge, it's not even in every situation that an individual is removed pending the investigation that is conducted by the Child Welfare Agency within the city of Philadelphia. And so, uh, while there may be individuals that feel as described, I would share with you that bringing these instances to our attention is absolutely important. And in addition, I would share that every single one of our employees is required to receive training so that they are most familiar with what is appropriate and what may not be, and what is not appropriate with regard to engaging and how to engage with students. And finally, I would share with you that the Child Welfare Agency within the city of Philadelphia has, in the past, pre-COVID certainly, but I'm sure the willingness is to do it again, provided professional development sessions where questions and answers regarding Sandusky and how Sandusky is applied, so that our school-based staff and other staff within the School District of Philadelphia can hear from the experts and the agency staff that are responsible for implementing, conducting investigations. They can hear what's appropriate, what's not appropriate. They can have their individual circumstances described and outlined. And I think that that has been yet another one of the great collaborations that exists between the School District of Philadelphia and the Department of Human Services.
All right, thank you. And I just want to ask one last aspect before I ask Robin this question as well. I know wrapping up in your testimony, Robin, you talked about the role of charter schools. And I remember when I had the last hearing, a comment was made, not so much from yourself, but this basically, it's a total separate system. And the reality is, charters have to figure it out. Just being upfront with you. I can go back for the record if need be for clarification, but that's how I walked away from that hearing. And I'm glad you're saying, well, no, that's not the case. They should be included in the process. So give me an example of how, or what would it look like moving forward, that at least your comments in terms of including those charter school children in this conversation collectively. Because I know a lot of this is politics. You got charter over here, public over there. And for me, it's just black kids dying, to be quite frank with you. And they're all my constituents, their children, as well as the children and students, as well as their parents. And so what does that type of collaboration look like, where you have one head of a charter school saying, hey, listen, we're willing to participate in this process to keep our children safe from a collaborative standpoint. You got a principal saying, listen, here's our perspective on, what we think should happen. And at the end of the day, I think, ultimately, a lot of us are professional, right? We're all professional. And I'll just say, on a day-to-day basis, I know I come home and I think we're all impacted by seeing kids being murdered in the streets of Philadelphia, like real simple. So what does that type of collaboration look like?
So, Councilman, you said Robin, but did you mean me? Because I think I was the person who mentioned the charters at the end of my Is Robin smiling
Yes.
at?
No, I was saying Robin because I want you to include the principal's role in terms of how they can also collaborate with the district. But yes, it was you at the end. I did start off my comments by saying, you mentioned at the end of your testimony, the inclusion of charter schools needs to be a part of this conversation. Hence why I invited Scott Gordon to be here today. So my question is, what does that look like in terms of the district, based upon you working and dealing with services, collaborating with charter schools, and not only just Mastery, because there's also the African American Charter School Coalition, which is a group of all black charter schools, right, who are also on the front line of trying to protect you. So give me an idea of what that type of collaboration will look like in the future. I added Robin because she's a principal on the forefront saying, hey, we want to collaborate and see some things different as well. That's all.
So Robin, if you will, I'll respond first. And Scott, certainly I'm not trying to dictate what happens to charters. Quite honestly, Councilman, when we spoke before, I think the main message that I was trying to offer was that if support is going to be given then support needs to also be given to, and thought needs to be given to, as Scott highlighted in his comments, to the thousands and thousands of children that are also attending charter schools that are experiencing trauma and also need to be supported. I think his comments help highlight exactly the type of support that Mastery is able to offer to students with the 11,000 students. In addition, we have independent, we have other non-Mastery schools where the support that children need is extremely important because they too are experiencing gun violence. How that might look, I will share with you. My hands are completely with serving the children of the school district of Philadelphia. On occasion, we asked to provide supportive services to students in charter schools, and we extend to do that because to us it's more important that the child has supportive services, that the parents know what is available, that the school knows what options are available. I'm saying to you that I would be remiss and I wouldn't be a good child advocate if I did not come to a forum like this one and advocate for children that I don't directly serve, but that I know are impacted significantly by the impact of gun violence. It is more frequent that in a family you'll have a child that's in a school district, a Philadelphia school, a charter school, an independent school, perhaps even an archdiocese school, all in the same household, where cousins are attending various schools and so on and so on. So there is not a single impact that is ours alone. It's one that is shared, and a coordination of how we serve and whom we serve, and the support that we can offer. I think as a city, we do need to look at this more holistically because more frequently than not, you have children in a home, and just as Scott and I highlighted, there's so many adults that are being impacted by this where there's not a child in the home. They are impacting. They are impacting our city when they too have experienced the loss of their perhaps only child, or they have experienced violence.
Okay. Thank you,
So,
Karen.
so
Go ahead.
one of the pieces, I just don't think bullets have any names on it. And so, because bullets don't have any names on it, and although children have opportunities and families have opportunities to go to different schools and so forth, these are still children who come from the same neighborhoods and things like that. So if we don't collaborate together, so we all are professional. So I could speak for Teamsters Local 502, we have no problem. We have had several press conferences with members from charter schools, with CEOs from charter schools. So because gun violence is a biggie, it is, I think, imperative of all of us to come together as one, because the enemy is gun violence. The enemy is gun violence. And again, the children come from the same neighborhood. So if it's something that's going on in a particular school that's a public school, and there's a possible solution at the charter school and or vice versa, we would just be crazy and in a better word, petty, if we did not put aside differences to try to make certain that our children and our staff members, for that matter, that we're all safe. So there is no issue over here. I represent the School District of Philadelphia administrators. There is no issue over here in regards to collaborating with any member of any charter school, especially as it relates to safety of children.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Yeah, if I could just add, first of all, I would third the sentiment, like the pain and tragedy, I mean, across every boundary. And I feel for every educator in the city and every family member. That said, I think it's notable that right now there's not a forum for us to work together or even for us to share information. Like right now, one of my principals may call a school district principal and they may go back and forth on an informal basis. But I do wonder I don't know whether it's under the jurisdiction of the police department or the mayor's office, that there couldn't be some sort of regular forum for us to both be connected and do some problem solving, as well as be aware what's working, what's not working. I do think that would be useful.
I think, and I think also that's a great point, Scott. Some of it is just even information sharing, because a lot of this is neighborhood beefs. A lot of this is social media beefs, right? And you have schools that are right next to one another, right? And but children come from two totally different neighborhoods, right? And then that's how you get the let outs, right? Let's go up to this school after school to see what we can get into. And the fact that if you had a forum where individuals were exchanging just some of it just dialogue and information. Hey, listen, this was going on going on in our area. This was going on in your area. Let's kind of collaborate so we can kind of like get to the root cause of this conflict before somebody, lose their life. Could perhaps be a greater part of how you tackle this in the future. So that's duly noted as we move forward. I just had a question regarding the 25 zones, safe zones, school safe zones that was developed. Do they include alternative schools and charter schools that are impacted by gun violence? That question is for you, Karen. That was mentioned in the spring, the last spring session that we had, the 25 safe school zones.
So I think I mentioned the 25 zones in my testimony today. I don't know that I knew the zones in my last testimony last spring. These new zones, I have not seen the schools. I believe that Kevin sent me a list of those schools, which we can certainly, I can ask him to send to me again. Right now, I don't have it in front of me, but
That's cool. No, I guess just for clarity, during the spring we talked about zeroing in on schools most impacted by gun violence. Let me clarify that. Well, your schools that are targeted, that are severely impacted by gun violence, are they included in the 25 zones that will be targeted, that y'all will be unveiling soon?
So I would share with you that the 25 zones that we are unveiling were based on current data and most recent data, and not on any previous data. And I'd also take this opportunity to share that the schools that we highlighted last spring were those schools where, when we looked at roughly 750 instances where students and some previous, where a child who had once been or currently a student within the school district of Philadelphia may have attended, that was the list of schools where they may have attended. So it didn't mean that the student was currently in the school. It just meant that the student who during that period of time had been involved in gun violence, that was the last school that they ever attended. So it could have been the day before they attended that school. It could have been that they attended that school several years before. So I don't want to convey that list as the list that has the highest incidence of gun violence experience in the city.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I'm gonna turn it over to my colleagues now. Councilwoman Helen Gim.
Mr. Chair, Councilmember Gim had to leave for a previous engagement.
Councilwoman Jamie Gaudier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I wanted to thank all of you for your testimony. It was heartbreaking to listen to, and my heart just goes out to all of the school communities across our city that are dealing with this tragic spike in gun violence at this moment. In particular, I thought that Dr. Cooper and Mr. Gordon so cogently laid out what is needed, and from the perspective of people who are directly in our schools working with kids, and if we do not take them up on what they've offered, then shame on us. they so clearly outlined what is needed in our schools right now from a process and operating perspective and from a programming perspective. And I know, we've talked many times during this hearing about having to build a better system of communication with our charter school network. But even with respect to our district schools, I'm wondering, what is the regular forum for school administrators and folks who are in our schools every day to talk to the district about what is needed? What does that look like right now?
So I represent one of several individuals who are involved in efforts related to schools. And my focus is on student support services. We also have a charter school office that engages with charters on an ongoing basis. But direct answer to your question, I would share that we have Office of Schools that has numerous individuals from central office that engage with schools on an ongoing basis. Our schools are in networks, so for the majority of those networks, they're familiar with the individual community leaders, the leaders of schools that are within the same community, and that gives them the forum and the opportunity at network meetings to be able to talk about the issues that are pertaining to their schools, as well as the communities surrounding their schools and their issues and their needs. Each of our networks is led by an assistant superintendent. Assistant superintendents have the opportunity to collectively discuss numerous issues that are taking place, and principals have the opportunity in principal meetings to discuss the various issues that are taking place.
Okay. I would like to ask Dr. Cooper directly. You clearly laid out a number of items that you think need to be changed in order to keep our children and our staff safe within our schools. How were these shared with the district? If so, how and when? And from your perspective, what is the forum for having a productive, is there a forum for having a productive conversation around this?
Well, right now, and that's an excellent question. Right now, we're just finding that some of the red tape, and just to give you just to go back to the Sandusky Act, the way it's being utilized is in this manner is only in Philadelphia. So 90% of the time, an administrator is removed for like breaking up a fight. And then they are required, so you have a large number of climate managers where they sit at central office, and then they have to wait for DHS to clear them. It puts their license and so forth on the line. They don't know if they would be able to keep their second jobs. Most of them work with behavioral health, and then it lingers on and on. So you're talking about a good 6 to 9 months. And in a lot of cases, DHS has cleared them, but then it goes through a whole nother situation with the school district. So when folks are frightened to actually get involved, which can indirectly lead to students saying, hey, I'm going to try this on my own. I'm going to do some things. So we've had conversations, but we can't seem to come to a point that the way the act is good. It's supposed to be used to stop child abuse, but child abuse is defined as reckless endangerment of children, not breaking up a fight, not coming into physical contact with the child. So, and I always encourage council members to do their own homework. Check it out. This is not happening in other situations unless it's the case of suspected child abuse. So if I break up a fight, there is no way you should remove me from my assignment and send me to no man's land until it's all figured out. So now I have a number of things running through. And so now I'm going to be twice shy in removing a child from a fight. And then while I'm waiting, there is a victim in that fight that's going to be hurt. So if the children can't depend on us because of some of the red tape, then what do we do? So we have conversations, but a lot of times we do not see eye to eye, or where there is a better way things can be looked at to come up with viable solutions. Because in the course of your job, and if I'm doing safety care training, why am I removed at all? If I'm doing this, if I'm doing everything. So with situations like that, that indirectly leads to a breakdown in keeping children safe, because it's a hands-off policy, because
Yeah.
no one wants to lose their job trying to really break up a fight. And it does happen more often than not.
Excuse
Yeah.
me, Commissioner. The agency that is responsible for this effort is the Department of Human Services, and this is just a tremendous opportunity. Commissioner Ali is still on the line, and my guess would be that she would be more than willing to address this particular point if asked. Commissioner?
Thank you, Karen, and thank you, Dr. Robin. So yes, Dr. Robin, I haven't had an opportunity to meet you, neither Scott, but I'm Kimberly Ali. I'm Commissioner for the Philadelphia Department of Human Services. And so when you make reference to the Sandusky rule, first I want to state that it was actually changes to the Child Protective Services law. So you are correct in that the changes came out of the unfortunate sex abuse scandal that happened at Penn State. And so Jerry Sandusky was the perpetrator of the sex abuse. And as a result of that, the Child Protective Services laws changed back in 2015. And it added some additional requirements around what Karen referenced around mandated reporters. In that, when there is a suspicion of abuse or neglect, reporters are mandated to call in a report to Childline. And so that's what the law says. And so we do get reports on school district personnel if it is a child protective services report, meaning that there is allegations of physical abuse or sexual abuse. Then the mandated reporter will call in the report to Childline, and then it will come over to the Department of Human Services. So all reports of child abuse and neglect are investigated by DHS social workers. Part of the plan of safety, if it is a child protective services report, because there's allegations of physical abuse or sexual abuse, is to remove whoever is the alleged perpetrator from his or her contact with the child or with children during the course of an investigation. So you are right in that, Dr. Robin. And so to give you a sense, the investigation typically takes the department up to 60 days. So up to 60 days to do that investigation. However, we also recognize the need to make sure that we do investigations quickly. And so instead of these investigations going to, I have 4 investigation divisions at the department. So instead of just going to 4 divisions, we actually have 1 administrative section who handles all of the reports as it relates to reports on school district personnel, because we wanted that to be centralized. Unfortunately, I didn't know that we were going to go down this route, so I don't have numbers in reference to this, but I will tell you that system-wide, the reports that come into the DHS hotline, 80% of the reports are reports as it relates to general protective services, so neglect and not child abuse. So I don't have the numbers. However, we do work closely with the school district to ensure that we investigate the reports so that we can give the school district the determination.
And I'm sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt. I do have to step off for 1 o'clock. But the point of my question, that we went very deep, and that was good. And I'm glad that Councilmember Kenyatta Johnson is creating a table where folks that need to talk to each other can talk to each other. The point of, and I didn't sort of understand Dr. Cooper's comments as being that she didn't understand the Sandusky law. I understood her comments to say that the interpretation of it locally is stopping adults from being able to intervene in fights. So that's a conversation that needs to happen. And it's great that it's happening in this hearing, but my question was, what is the more routine coming together that allows people who are working in schools and seeing these conditions every day to talk to the folks who are making policies and implementing programs and on the hook for providing resources to those schools, right? So the hearing is great, but it can't just be the hearing. And my question and the sort of answers make it seem like there's not a place for this conversation to come together, especially in a rapid way. In 7 weeks in our city, we've seen violence in schools, in and around schools like we have never before. That means we can't use the same communication mechanisms if we want to respond to what is an emergency and keep our kids safe. So I'll be looking for what that forum is, right, after this hearing, because that's the question that we need to answer right now in this moment, whether it relates to the Sandusky legislation or the host of other, interventions that Dr. Cooper and Mr. Gordon outlined as being needed right now in this moment. And I have to go, Mr. Chair, because I have a 1 o'clock, but thank you so much. Great hearing as always, and thanks to all the panelists. Bye-bye.
I just wanted to say that
Dr. Cooper.
I just wanted to say she was point on. You know, I'm at this hearing because we are in a state of crisis, and so I think the question was a good one. You know, we can't, especially post-pandemic, we can't walk around acting like everything is normal. We you know, when we're saying all hands on deck, you know, I'm being very transparent. I have principals crying right now while I'm here at this hearing. I've had 3 principals to contact me to tell me to go to a school because the principal is really literally crying in her office while I am here because they cannot do the job with, if you have 20 vacancies, every school is going to look out of control. So is it that it's a poor principal, or is it that the resources are not there? So when you have principals who are crying, but there is a disconnect because there's also, you know, at the very same time, you're saying to central office people, would you like to work remotely from home? So when you're in a building, you're saying, oh no, not work remotely from home. We need all hands on deck. Please send them to the school to help us fill some of these spots. So when we're really talking about being in crisis, we're at a hearing on gun violence. So that means we can't do business as usual. We have to have an all hands on deck approach from the city, from the schools, from the unions. Everybody has to say, this is serious. Our children are hurting. We need to be where the action is. And that means everybody. So I think her question was really good because there isn't a forum where, you know, it's not business as usual and, oh, we're going to go to school to teach and learn. And there's no outlet to really talk about conflict resolution. There's no outlet to really get into what happened. So when we returned in September, we returned like it was business as usual. And I think we have to really call a thing and say we are in crisis and really work to get over this crisis. But we first have to acknowledge that we're in crisis.
Okay. So that was good feedback, and I think we have these. We have these hearings because they give us an opportunity to look at what type of recommendations and how we move forward to bring all parties together to work closely around this particular issue. I don't have any other questions or comments from members of my committee. I would like to make sure that we'll do a follow-up with Dr. Cooper as well as follow-up with Dr. Lynch. It's Karen Lynch, and also Scott, just to see, you know, how we keep the dialogue going. And really, my thing is really following up on solutions. At the end of the day, I think we all want the same thing, but our approaches may be different, but the goal has to be urgent and pressing. Because I start off this hearing by talking about this December, in the last 2 years, we have lost 1,000 people in the city of Philadelphia. If I go back to before last year, the end of 2020, we were on the verge of 400 homicides, right? And we also see that we see more young ladies being shot and murdered, and the ages are becoming younger and younger. And I know a lot of times we're impacted by work environments. I still live in the hood, so I still, do the work on the ground day to day. And so it's personal. And it's personal for all of us, because whether you're a teacher, administrator, no one wants to see a child lose their life, and no mothers and fathers should be burying their children, like, period. Teachers shouldn't have to be going to their children's funerals, during prayer vigils, trying to find repast space. And so we want to stay on top of this issue, and not just wrap it up at the end of the year that, we got 500 homicides and life goes on. Let's start the clock over at 1 after January 1. And so, but I thank all of you for taking time out of your schedule, and I appreciate it, and we will be in contact offline as well.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Welcome. You're welcome. Thank you. Will the clerk please call? Thank you very much, Karen. Will the clerk please call the next panel?
For panel 3, we have Tyreek Glasgow, Tanisha McKendrick, and Ant Brown.
Just please state your name and title for the record, and please begin.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tyreek Glasgow, Executive Director of Young Chances Foundation. I'm here to give testimony, but first I want to start off by saying thank you to the 2nd District Councilman Member Kenyatta Johnson for always his leadership on gun violence and making sure that this situation is not just thrown under the rug or a media shot. To all the city council members who work not only in council but in the community doing their work. I seen Councilman and Gutierrez on the line doing some stuff, and Parks and Rec Commissioner Kathleen Love out. But I want to first give a summary before I give my exact testimony of why the Young Chances Foundation is here. After, this is the 3rd time, but on the first time that we came to speak, we spoke on what is gun violence and what does gun violence look like in our community. And we addressed it as it wasn't black or white. It wasn't something that is stood with a name or a number. In Grace Ferry, it's a diverse community that others look at it as racial component and some of the things that is not media or glorified. I have wrote down some specific points that I wanted to make so you can understand the 3rd installment of our testimony. On the first installment, when we virtually gave our testimony about what a gun violence and how it needs to be addressed, we wanted to address it as a public health issue along with its public safety priorities because of the relative common sense methods that connect the two issues together when it pertains to gun violence. It became clear that the Special Committee on Gun Violence took the necessary steps to not only prioritize the issue, but use funding as a ways to address the issue and decrease the level of conflicting issues related to gun violence, like police policy, probation and parole changes, adequate program for targeted communities across the city of Philadelphia, being hit hardest by the violence and murders. The second time we spoke on this Special Committee on Gun Violence was on the topic of recommendations and ways to reduce gun violence in the communities we live in. And as stated, YCF is located in the Grace Ferry section of the city, which for some of you may know is small in size, but is big in energy and people. But our main focus was to spread the ideas of some of the initiatives that has been created and established to provide safe places and initiatives that rally against poverty. Safe Places for Kids was suggested to provide places, programs, and people that supply, support, and enhance the daily quality of life essential to creating a holistic approach to public health and public safety in our community. Another initiative was the Rally Against Poverty, which targeted issues on poverty created by access to food, adequate access to essential resources and equipment, PPE equipment during the pandemic, and assistance with issues such as employment referrals, probation and parole services, and family support for their kids and family. And today we're here to share some results and preliminary milestones that have directly impacted the youth, parents, and families in the city of Philadelphia, but specifically South Philadelphia. With our two specific initiatives we mentioned before, Rally Against Poverty, we partner with multiple city partners throughout the city, community-based organizations, and volunteers who go hard for the day-to-day possibilities of our family. Working with the Food Share Program, Caring for Friends, the Philadelphia Food Rescue Program, the 17th Police District, and more to provide over 400,000 pounds of food. We served over 13,000 families hot meals throughout South Philadelphia, partnering with community-based organizations like the South Philadelphia Junior Stakeholders, IAs in Touch, Bethana Family Services, DOPE, and more. We have organized over 35 community events that service over 2,400 families that receive Pampers, wipes, school supplies, rental assistance, gift cards for children's cleanups in the communities that have direct services to our community residents. We also partner with the City of Philadelphia to bring additional health programs and activities that bring to the needs of our residents. Indigo was a key partnership that established 3 loading docks that has about 24 new bikes that assist our young population with addressing anxiety and reducing stress by just taking a 20 to 30 minute bike ride in or around our community and city. Another initiative, but not our last one, was our RAP. The Rally Against Poverty initiative was working with initiatives like the tree program that put in new trees around our community that help reduce heat in specific areas, but also approached it in a public health section in regards to having clean air, which not only increases life expectancy, but also cools off your mind during the tougher times of the year. Grace Ferry is part of the region that has 20 degrees higher than most other areas in the city of Philadelphia. And this has a cause and effect measurable with the common areas and specific needs addressed for youth. But we have been seeing that the most challenging for us is enhancing our Safe Place for Kids initiative to provide quality educational services, recreational activities, and public health resources that reduce poverty in our community. Targeting our youth, we have had great partnerships with local youth organizations, community leaders, and youth specifically to implement this strategy. We work closely with Brilliant Child Learning Academy, Philadelphia Parks and Rec Department, the Office of Violence Prevention, and mentioned before, like the 17th Police District, Philly Stars Foundation, IMSP, and others throughout the community. Other individuals, volunteers like Ms. Karen, Ms. Bernita, Ms. Adele, and our community to support our mission for that. This initial strategy not only reduced violence, but also reduced poverty in line with Grace Ferry. We know we have numbers against us here in South Philadelphia, with 4 out of 10 people living in Grace Ferry have been exposed or have been a direct victim of violence, compared to 1.5 citizens in the city of Philadelphia have been exposed to violence. Also, in comparison to the data that's provided openly, the disparity in employment, that the city has 4.5% compared to the 12.7% of unemployment rates in Grace Ferry. With this in hand, knowing how essential it is to provide programs and resources to our residents who is most likely to see violence or not able to obtain employment, we did any and everything needed to implement our initiatives. Anything from supply drives for families that assisted with clothes, food, air conditioners, rental assistance, holiday gifts for the youth and seniors throughout the year. Our Books for Breakfast program identifies schools in the South Philadelphia area, and any child that is walking that doesn't have a book bag receives one with a meal to start the day off. This program has been valuable to over 700 children and counting that have participated in our resources. Working with 4 federal probation officers, we have assisted individuals to sustain employment and mentoring throughout the last 18 months. Individuals who are most likely to shoot will be killed in the streets of Philadelphia. Summer camp has been the gateway of all of our initiatives set forth. Summer camp provided a safe place for over the past 8 years, serving over 1,300 children and for over 30,000 hours of activity, hours, and programs. We say these programs partners and participants because of the data that is reported by PPD and more open data outlets. The Philadelphia Police Department identifies the section of Grace Ferry that YCF works in as PSA2. Police Service Area 2, we have partnered with the 17th to strategize and implement these and more programs to see change on a positive balance in results. Data has shown a 50% decrease in shootings in the whole 17th police district, but specifically to our pinpoint area. To state some of the data, in 2020, there were 31 shooting victims in PSA2. In 2021, there was only four shooting victims. 2020, there were 29 aggravated assaults with a gun. In 2021, there was only 18 aggravated assaults with a gun. From 2019 to 2020, there were 6 homicides in the whole district. In 2021, there has been 4 to date. These numbers are not great. One life affected by violence is a problem that needs a solution. I'll close by saying that the work is not done. We are looking to increase our services and data-driven programs with our community partners, elected officials, and youth to provide additional and direct resources through our community needs surveys. And we're partnering with the University of Penn through the Community Scholars Program to put together an educational partnership to bring effective and efficient results to our community. Thank you again to Councilman Johnson and to all the city agencies and partners that help us provide a safe place for our children.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Will the clerk please call the next panelist?
Next, we have Ant Brown.
Ant Brown, state your name and your title for the record.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Ant Brown. I'm a creative entrepreneur and youth engagement strategist. I have a nonprofit titled ABRO Inc. It's a creative arts initiative, and our mission is to service the youth. First off, I want to give a special shout out to Councilman Kenyatta Johnson for allowing me on this panel, and the entire city council and everybody else who's involved in the education system to hear out the panelists and possibly come up with some solutions on making our schools a little bit more safer. I'm on here specifically to talk about my school tour that I have been speaking about for the. I'm sorry.
Hold on 1 second, Ant Brown. If anyone's on the line, can you please make sure your line is on mute? Go ahead and finish your testimony, Ant Brown.
Okay. Specifically, I'm here to speak about the school tour that I have going on and the programming that I've been providing for schools, which is called the ABRO Experience. Now, prior to the school, to us getting back to schools, I've been very heavy in my community and multiple communities around the city of Philadelphia, as far as creative engagement events, bringing the youth together and just servicing them and building relationships with them organically to lead up to the ABRO Experience. Currently, the school tour is taking place. I'm getting a lot of calls from schools, and I'm getting a lot of reactions from it, from people seeing the footage and seeing how the students are engaging. The ABRO Experience, we provide educational entertainment. So all of the entertainment, 90% of the entertainment is educational. It speaks about something that can help develop these kids' mindset and transform them in some sort. We bring a live band. We bring different type of entertainment just to capture their attention because our goal is to connect. I notice when I go to certain schools and when certain deans ask me, "You sure you want to bring this to my school? These students are a little rowdy." And one thing I noticed sometimes is just a connection problem between the staff and the students. They don't necessarily understand how to communicate with the students in a language they may understand. And that's what I try to do with the ABRO Experience. And it's not just about performing. The step 2 to that is also implementing programming, such as providing resources to mental health, job training, financial literacy, and the list goes on. With this ABRO Experience, a couple problems I've been having was what I'm trying to do with this is I realize when it comes to creating some type of safe haven for all our schools or our students, it's going to take creativity. And I've noticed that when I offer certain ideas that may be a little unorthodox, but I believe it could work for these students, some schools shut me down. And I think that the only way that we're going to be able to fix this problem and help make our kids feel more safe is building like a cultural connection between them, and that's going to take creativity. To be specific, I have a program that I'm going to be offering to these schools that I tour, and it's a youth influencer group. If anybody want to meet and speak outside of this panel, we can talk deeper and we can get more into what the strategies behind it and how it really can be effective, and how I'm already implementing right now, and then I plan on copying and pasting this around different schools who really need it, who has the most fights going on, etc. A couple schools that I'm partnered with now is Kenderton Elementary, Tilden Middle School. Prep Charter just reached out to me. There's a collaboration that's going to be building with them. Crystal Ray High School, Dobbins, and the list goes on. And I still have a few meetings with some that's coming up. And what I want to do is I want to be able to bring more black men into schools as well. So I've been talking to a lot of guys that I know, a lot of black men, whether younger or older, and trying to figure out a way that we all can be on the same page as far as getting in these schools and bringing our presence on a consistent basis in the schools that we are programming with. One other thing I noticed when I go to these schools, I just classroom, a fifth grade classroom to a trip to the zoo, and I bring an influential anti-gun violence artist name. His name is Feast Banger. They all know him, and I kind of like bring him to like give him a sense of hope, a sense of joy. It was a great day. We went to the zoo, but more than anything, we was able to build organic relationships with these kids, get a little bit inside of their head to figure out how they thinking. And I must say, they really watch influencers so much, they live by them, and it's unfortunate in a way because so many influential artists and stuff that they listen and pay attention to is kind of leading them to self-destruction. Even some of the ones that might be locally, famous as well. So what I've been doing outside of being in the schools is I've been building with some of these upcoming celebrities, these young people that they watch and listen to. And what I've been trying to do is see how can we all get on one accord as far as bringing their presence into the schools that I'm programming with. So those are some of the things that I'm working on to kind of at least give the message directly to the students, like, okay, this might just be entertainment that we doing. We don't really want y'all to go out and do these type things. So these are the things that's coming a part of the ABRO experience. And with that influencer group that I'm going to be creating for the schools, I think that's going to rebuild a sense of unity and restore a cultural connection within the schools. And what my overall vision for this is that after I come to a school and provide what I can provide, the school do like a complete 360. And I've been working and talking to other different. I have one specific organization that I'm partnered with. They have a staff of over 100 people, and they fully on board to back me with this idea for far as also providing emotional and wellness support to the students and their parents. So the activism is not only going to be inside the schools. Creating a system where as though we can be able to get to the parents and kind of restore that connection between the students and the parents as well, which could change their behavior, which can change the way they act in school, which could change the school overall. That's about it I think that I got to talk about right now. Once again, big shout out to Councilman Kenyatta Johnson for calling me and having me on this panel.
Thank you very much. Don't go nowhere yet because we have questions. Will the clerk please call our next panelist?
We may be having some technical issues with the next panelist, so it might be a moment. I will call her name, but if she is not on, she might have to speak with the next panel. But is Tanisha McKendrick on? Councilmember, it may be a moment, so if there are any questions for this panel, you may continue.
Yeah, I have a question for Aunt Brown, right? So, and I think this hearing was great. A lot of it was from a professional standpoint, right? But I wanted to have you testify because you touched on some things on how we address the culture of violence, right? When you talk about influencers, when you talk about what our young people pay attention to, And like I know all the stuff we're doing from a prevention standpoint, after school programs, jobs, behavioral health support, addressing trauma, all those things are great and are definitely needed. But I also understand the dynamics of the actual culture on what's hip, what's so-called cool. And a lot of it is like gunplay is cool right now, right? I know that, right? From drill music to, understanding the dynamics of the streets, right? So give us your perspective and what you've been hearing when you're out and about doing these performances in the schools with the young people, the feedback and your recommendations on how we shift that culture. We shift the culture where, I guess cool is cool, art is cool, and not gunplay. Because right now we on the list of competition to murder somebody. It's a competition to find, to determine how many shots you let out. And so that's beyond just wanting a job. That's beyond, an after school program. That's a whole different element in terms of actual culture that's hit. That's quote unquote fly. So just give us your feedback from that aspect.
Yeah, yeah. I'm glad you. And this is why I'm glad that you lead. You're such a leader the way you are, and you understand the dynamics of the culture the way you do, even coming from an elected official point of view as well as somebody who is just a regular person who comes from these communities. Because you spoke about drill music, and when we think about drill music, that originated in Chicago. Then there's certain languages that Chicago uses called lingo. When I was with my fifth grade class, you would think that they were from Chicago just from the way they were speaking. So that goes to show how powerful music and entertainment is. Like these kids are living by these lyrics that these people are talking about. No, they're not even from Chicago. They calling people ops, lacking, Cincinnati. That's just a whole. That's the terminology they use. Fortunately for me, I don't. I mean, I guess it's just my gift from God. I get reactions, and I don't even curse in my music. So that has been something that's been capturing attention. Like, okay, I'm speaking about positivity, but I do study like the cadences that they like, the vocal tones and all that, and I just try to implement positivity into that. So what I would say is, I feel like if we make positivity popular, then we start to influence more kids to want to be positive or accept positivity and accept that into their consciousness and accept that into their being. Because there's no way that, every time I listen to, I mean, no shout out to the radios, but every time I listen to the radio, it's the same thing. Every time I look at who's getting the big platforms on the big hip hop platforms, it's the same thing. When the big concerts is in the city, who's getting those platforms? It's the same type thing. Like, when is the city going to work alongside artists or creatives or anybody that's trying to be more on the positive side and push that in the forefront a little bit more than actually just constantly giving resources or giving their attention to somebody that does negative work. So I think if we build that culture of positivity, we make it popular. Y'all provide the help, the resources, the exposure that y'all can, and y'all allow us on the ground who's doing this in the unique way that we're doing it to continue to drive and to drive this car and push this engine. And I think that the change will come over
To
time.
drop this change will come to drop this. Thank you. Very, very good insight. We see our number of panelists who just showed up. Tanisha, can you state your name and your title for the record to begin your testimony? Begin your testimony.
Hello, my name is Tanisha McKendrick. Hello, my name is Tanisha McKendrick. Hello,
Is that a glitch? Is that a glitch? Is that a glitch?
something going on.
Is that a glitch? Is that a glitch?
Hello, Councilman Johnson, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Council support. I hear some type of echo in the background. Some type of echo in the background.
Yes, sir, and I'm not sure why. Yes, sir, and I'm not sure why. Yes, sir, and I'm not sure why. Yes, sir.
Tanisha, can you put your phone on mute just for a second? Just for a second.
Mr. Chair, if you give me one moment, I think I may be able to fix the issue if you just hold on one moment.
Sure.
Ms. McKendrick, if you have the hearing open in multiple tabs, you might need to close one because I think you are logged in twice into the hearing, which is giving a little bit of feedback.
I'm logged off everywhere. I'm logged off
Hey,
everywhere.
this is council support. That's correct. There were multiple connections at the time, so that could have caused the feedback. We also ask if anyone is viewing
Hello?
particular hearing via the web, if you could please turn down the volume. Thank you.
I think the issue might be fixed. Tanisha, you may begin again if we
Hello,
hear any.
Councilman Johnson, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you for your patience. I was having a little technical difficulties, but I thank you. Is it okay for me to testify now?
Yes, absolutely. Just state your name and title for the record, and please
First, I'd
begin.
like to thank you, Councilman Johnson.
Go ahead, you can begin.
First, I'd like to thank you, Councilman Johnson, and the city council members for providing this platform today and also for allowing me to participate. My name is Tanisha McKendrick, and I am CEO and Director of Brilliant Mind Child Learning. We are early childhood education center providing education for children 6 weeks to 13 years old. We are located in the Great Prairie section of gun violence. I'm happy to be on this platform because gun violence affects our staff, it affects our children, and it affects our families. Being a young lady growing up in the Great Prairie section of Philadelphia, I am not new to gun violence. It every day surrounding us. I would like to talk or testify from a different standpoint in reference to other ways to combat gun violence. I understand the importance and priority in providing a different experience for our children, different experience that I was provided with that kind of helped steer me in a different direction. Our academy currently provides various field trips, activities, events, resources to our community that helps the children steer them in a different. Our events we involve all of the community in our events. We open all our events up to the community, and that gives them a different experience. If, for example, we go on a field trip and we take them to search, to my surprise, there are a lot of adults and my staff and my parents have not been to somewhere as simple as the circus. But we take them, we put them in the front, which gives them a different experience from being in the front than sitting up in the bleachers because now they have a holistic approach. With I'm so sorry. If I could just go back to where it participates in our parents, we part to provide social graces to our children, to our parents, to our staff. And again, with social graces providing different experiences, it gives you a different output of what you get from the children. We try to start early. We understand early childhood education. People seem to that it's not important. It is. It is the groundwork. It's the beginning stages. It's the foundation to where our children will learn and repeat the behavior or do what the behavior. You can only get out what you put in. So if you don't put quality, if you don't put essential things children and what the output won't be much. So we are here at Brilliant Minds. We try to involve our parents. Our parents are mandated to participate. They're mandated to have family engagement. they're mandated to volunteer because as from a early education standpoint, what I noticed is that 80 to 85% grow up in single family homes. They grow up in a broken home. They grow in an abusive home. We have to combat that early because they come in at an early age with that. We do research intervention because if we can get the children and intervene in the behavioral or different issues that they're producing from what they experience at home in their communities, then we can cut or probably help steer it different as they go. So, with that being said, for brilliant minds, it's important that we participate in the gun violence because it affects our children, and they're traumatized from an early age based off of if they lost their father, they lost their brother, they lost their mother, they lost a sibling to gun violence, and then we have to take on that here at the center. So if I was to just continue to say that I just appreciate you because you take a subject and this topic is on. And what people don't understand, if we don't unite together as a whole, then the children won't fall suit and they won't see the importance of uniting. But we have to unite as a whole to stop it because it's out of control. My hashtag is stronger together. If we do not unite together, we cannot be stronger. And we need a strong force to stop this gun violence and the effect that it's having on our community and on our children. And believe it or not, it is having a strong impact. Again, Brilliant Minds also owns a hall exclusively yours next door. We partner with Young Chances. District, we partner with you. We partner with a lot of stuff, and we open our hall up to anything that the community, the city council, the city to do here to help the community thrive, to work together, to unite, to stop this gun violence. So again, I thank you for this opportunity to be talk. I had a speech written down, but I'm talking from the heart because my babies, our children, are our future. And they are going to stop it early, or we don't unite to stop it, our children won't have a future.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
And again, thank you for this opportunity.
You're welcome. You're welcome as well. To Tariq Glasgow, Young Chances Foundation, I want to get an idea of, in terms of the outreach services that y'all provide inside Grays Ferry, I want to get a clear idea of prevention measures that steer young people in the right direction when it comes to encouraging them not picking up guns in the first place, and just trying to get an idea from being on the ground, your perspective on what collaborations look like that will achieve us and reduce the level of gun violence that we have been seeing.
So most importantly is our outreach is looking in the mirror. We don't point the finger at the individuals who we know are going through some things in their lives. One of the particular programs that we run to cater to that demographic is our hustle program. It's how you survive through life every day. And we understand that the life, like Ant was saying, is quick. You have to have that knowledge or understanding of what they want, and it's quick. A lot of the results and things that the elected officials and yourself take a beating on is because it's not immediate. The results are not fast. But if we give them the opportunity to say, this is how you survive through life every day, it's the same hustle as you making a video, but you could be a producer. So we meet them on the ground the same way that we're on the ground trying to find out answers. We ask them, what do you need to not get pulled over by the cops? What do you need to get to your job? What do you need to have a conversation with your baby mom or your mom or your grandma, so it's not like you feel as though they coming at you, but y'all trying to address the issue together. our outreach is really me understanding myself. I know you, unfortunately, you're from 18th Street, so you understand the dynamics of having that inner community issues where if you're from a little block and this other little block, if your Jordans are messed up, they're going to say that you're dirty, you're whistling. But understanding that if we all put our collective minds together, we can buy a bucket of water ice and sell it, and we all can get some Jordans. So just building that approach that your hustle doesn't have to always be negative. It could be positive too. So that's why I really appreciate what Ann is doing, especially with the younger ones, is changing that stereotype of how you have to get the bag, how you have to, move away from this life, because it is inviting and exciting, but you don't want to end up, dead or having your family, traumatized forever. You're muted, Councilman.
Thank you very much. Tanisha McClinton, Brilliant Minds. We talk about early childhood development. We talk about the impact on gun violence on children. I think right now we probably now somewhat normalize, right? A prayer vigil, a teddy bear vigil, right? And we're talking about pre-K students who are living inside our communities. And what's the approach that Brilliant Minds have taken to address the subliminal trauma that our young people are experiencing?
We counsel the children, we counsel the parents, we counsel these families, and we also teach or divert the negative energy into positive energy, and teach them different ways to deal with the anger management, maybe feeling, to deal with the grief. We also outsource them to resources if it goes beyond what we can handle. We also bring in programs that help the families and children deal with whatever the trauma that they're dealing with. But then we turn around and we that positive affirmation. No matter this happened, you can still be this. You can still all that you can be. And we find it that, like I said, we deal with a holistic approach. So we have to, whatever we deal with the child, we have to deal with the parents, because it's a holistic approach. We have to deal with the family at a whole.
Good, good. Well, thank you very much, all of you, for your testimony. It was important also just to get an on-the-ground approach. We deal with the professional aspect, we deal with the administration aspect, but it's also important to get an understanding of what people are dealing with day to day on the ground from a recommendation and strategy standpoint, because ultimately you're addressing the issues that are impacting our community by the work that you're doing day in and day out. So I thank you for taking time out of your schedule, and thank you for your testimony. Will the clerk please call the next panel?
Council member, before you go, I would just like to say happy belated birthday to you. A lot of people see you doing but you just celebrated another year, but also just make some prayers out for you for the work that you're doing out in the community for your family, man. Happy birthday and wish you more.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Y'all keep up the good work. Thank you. The clerk, please call that next panel.
On panel number 4, we have Ruben Jones and Khalif Mujahid Ali.
Good morning.
Good morning. Just say your name. Good afternoon.
My name is Ruben Jones. I'm the Executive Director of Frontline Dads, Inc. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for being here. You can begin your testimony.
So first, I just want to say thank you to all the council members for creating this opportunity. Thank you to Councilman Johnson for inviting me. This is a critical issue in Philadelphia in terms of the escalating gun violence. I think I just want to start by saying we've seen all the statistics. We've heard the news, read the papers, we've seen the bloodshed, and we continue to hear the mothers cry. In our communities, we've grieved, I personally grieved, we've embraced each other. We've created teddy bear memorials, balloons, flowers, T-shirts. We talk to the children, neighbors, survivors. There's been a lot of press conferences, a lot of articles, a lot of news stories. And the city has committed a lot of money to community groups to help curtail this violence. I think we've done just about everything possible to get a handle on this crisis, and yet the murders continue, yet the gun violence continues, yet the tears continue. I'm a longtime advocate for gun violence prevention in the city, and I've been out on the front line serving youth and family for about 20 years. Sometimes quietly, sometimes not so quietly, but I protested, submitted proposals. I've called some of you personally. I have relationships with some of you personally. So you know my work, you know my commitment, you know where I've been and what I do. I once served as the sole service director for Focus Deterrence from 2013 to 2018, a time when the city experienced its lowest gun violence rate. I see what works and I've seen what doesn't work. From the ground level to the executive office, from my front step, I've witnessed violence and death is his home for me personally. I don't know what's next. I believe that the best solution is to invest directly into those who've been most impacted by gun violence to help the healing and prevent further violence. But to kind of set the table, I just want to tell you a quick story. In 1968, Martin Luther King was murdered. My family was living in Alabama at the time, and my mother and father decided to move to Philadelphia just to give their two children a better life, more opportunity. They found out the streets of Philadelphia were not paved with gold and there was no milk and honey. I grew up in North Philly with a father who was a truck driver and a stay-at-home mom. We was poor, but we didn't know it because everybody was poor. So it was normalized. Because of limited resources, my family didn't shop for comfort, style, or fit, only price. So I often wore clothes that was too big, too small, torn, shabby, tattered, or handed down from my older brother. Um, my shoes often had holes in the bottom. But one story is when my brothers graduated from junior high school, ninth grade, the boys were given instructions to wear a black suit or a navy blue suit with a white shirt. The girls, black skirt, navy blue skirt, and a white blouse. When my parents went shopping for the suit, they found a bright yellow suit that was on sale. My brother reacted to the suit like, nah, I can't wear that. And I'm looking at it like, please don't buy that suit because in my mind, one day I'm going to have to wear it. But needless to say, my parents bought the suit. And even though it was kind of funny, I was on the side of my brother because, I just didn't want to wear a yellow suit. I didn't want to look like Big Bird. But the day of the graduation, the door swung open to the auditorium and the boys and the girls came out in a two-step, walking two at a time. And my brother strolled in like George Jefferson. It was that moment I realized that he owned that suit. He decided, if I got to wear this yellow suit, I'm going to wear this yellow suit. But for me, that yellow suit represented a lot of things: shame, hurt, trauma, embarrassment. And thankfully, I had a growth spurt and I never had to wear the yellow suit. About 10 years later, when I was 22, I found myself wearing a yellow suit of a different kind. I found myself standing in a line with about 40 other people, butt naked, after taking a cold shower, being deloused and processed, and SCI graded for, and being asked, in case of death, where do you want your body sent? It was that moment I thought about the graduation, I thought about the yellow suit, and I thought about my brother, because now all that same shame and embarrassment and trauma came rushing back to me. So it was time for me to be handed a state issue clothing and really kind of figure out who I was going to be from that moment forward and who do I want to leave prison as. So that experience was for me a turning point in my life where I began to slowly commit myself to transform the community that I left, having done so much harm, and began to really be a person that was committed to serving the community. And that's how Frontline Dance was founded before I ever left prison after serving 15 years. Um, just building my own self-esteem, getting the help that I need to make, falling down, getting up, and really having a group of mentors around me who was able to help nurture my development and growth inside of a prison. So what we began to do is support young people through volunteering as mentors, by facilitating groups, by taking on trips, by serving as a violence prevention expert, so to speak. After being released, I ended up going back to school. I earned a master's degree from Lincoln University. Um, and those are like kind of all, resume stuff. The real ground level work was working with children who had incarcerated parents, working with children and young people who friends that were killed, working with young people who had lost people that were very close to them, gun violence, because of mass incarceration, because of drug addiction. And that's been my life's work since 2002. I was released in July, on July 8th of 2002, hit the ground running ever since. Some of the things we do at Frontline Dads, and we mentor, we provide violence prevention workshops, entrepreneurship opportunities for young people, mutual aid in the community where we um, brought food, diapers, PPEs, gun locks, amongst other things to keep communities safe in the whole. Right now, we're voluntarily supporting 5 different schools as part of a Safe Corridors initiative. Um, and that's the work we do. So when we talk about solutions, while I think everything is needed, I think everybody has a role to play. I really believe that there's a lot to do, but if everybody does something, then we'll get it done. Um, and we do that. But I don't want to just talk about the work the frontline dads do. I want to set the table. But I know that prevention is the key to us resolving gun violence conflict. We need healing in a lot of these communities where young people have been victimized. We need safe havens where people can go, young people can go, where there's a supportive, caring, responsible adult to say, I got you. Um, I grew up in, shoot down parlors with, numbers runners and everything else. And they said, I got you. But if we don't provide young people with positive role models, positive um, folks that nurture their development, then what happens is there's another influence that will do that. So if we don't nip this in the bud with really getting out in front of the gun violence through, I heard a lot of talk about libraries and rec centers. I know Tariq's program very well. But these are the kind of things that we have to invest in. At the same time, my family was moving from Alabama in 1968, there was riots across the country because of Martin Luther King's assassination, the racism that exists, the segregation that existed. Many of those cities, including Philadelphia, were never rebuilt. Many of those neighborhoods were never rebuilt. The area I grew up in, North Philadelphia, we used to have industry, Tasty Cake, Bud, Botany 500. We even had the Philly Stadium, old stadium, Shire Park, right down the street from me. Those industries are gone. Communities don't have localized employment anymore, affordable housing. Even half the schools that will close down in North Philadelphia. So I'm here to just talk about how do we invest in the lives and well-being of young people across this city in a holistic way. How do we provide safe havens for those young people so they have a positive opportunity to grow and be supported? And that's basically what I want to offer. And my suggestion is there's a lot of abandoned properties across the city that can be utilized and refurbished to create these safe havens for young people. Um, Whether they want to play video games, jump on the computer, do research, or just have somewhere to go when mom and dad are not home. So they're not in the street. So they're not being exposed to those negative influences. So my big ask to this body is can we collaboratively create outlets to transform some of those vacant properties across the city in every neighborhood? We have 10 councilmatic districts. I would like to see at least one in each councilmatic district, or perhaps three, four, or five in properties that are currently not being utilized, and turn to the safe havens for young people. Yeah, they can go to libraries, yeah, they go rec centers, but a lot of time those things are blocks away. If we have an opportunity to bring the resource directly to them at the corner of their block or at a minimum a block or two away, I think that we can create the kind of preventive measures that we all seeking here today. So I'll end there. I do want to just say thank you again for this opportunity. And I look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Don't go anywhere. We're going to listen to the last panelist before public comment. Will the clerk please call the next panelist?
Khalif Mujahid Ali.
State your name and your title for the record and begin your testimony.
Yes, how's everybody? My name is Khalif Mujahid Ali. I'm the CEO and founder of the Beloved Care Project. First, I want to start off by thanking Councilman because for acknowledging my work, also for the support and the help that he's given me through this process and all the work that he does also. And also inviting me today to this committee and also for the citation that he gave me last week. I really thank you. Also, I wanted to thank Councilwoman Gutierrez, if I pronounced that right, for her support and attendance and speaking at the grand opening of our office that we have just collaborated with. And thanks for all the support from everyone who given us support for the West Southwest Collaborative, which consists of AVP, Anti-Violence Partnership of Philadelphia, myself, the Beloved Care Project, Penn Injury Science Center at the University of Pennsylvania, the District Attorney's Office, the CARES program. And when we come together, it's this collaboration, right? We talk about the gun violence. I'm old school. And being old school, we know that the women and children was off limits. Now we have many women and many children that's been murdered by this gun violence. I had 3 women in my family that were murdered by gun violence. So I know what it feels like. But I think that we talk about this here, we talk about the safe havens. The safe havens are the safe havens and they are good. But inside these safe havens, they must be protected. And boots on the ground helps protect these safe havens. We need more boots on the ground. And it's just my own personal opinion, is that a lot of organizations are out there. We need to come together and bring one man out of every organization for boots on the ground. Not only that, but I think that if we do that, it gives us a lot of these children want to see men, women, girls and boys. They want to see men because they don't have no fathers, no uncles, no mentors in their neighborhood or their communities. When this thing happened with the women and the children being murdered, the old heads back in my day would have shut this city down and made sure that this wouldn't happen anymore. And because a lot of our men are missing, this here has done, everybody that has got lazy. At the same token, I think that we should collaborate more organizations. I want to try to put together a council, like a council of organizations, schools, and recreation centers, that we could sit down twice a month and come together, because a lot of times, a lot of people are blaming the political figures. They're blaming the police district. They're blaming everybody else but themselves. Organizations need to be held accountable, especially when they're receiving this money from this grant money. They need to be held accountable, and to the point where so 35% of this here, because of the murder rate and the things and the shooting that's going on, 35% of our work need to be making safe havens for the streets. We all want to work different ways. Nobody ways is wrong. But then we have to have a lot more ideas. Right? So when we come to one thing, another thing is that I keep hearing everybody say about, these things that we're doing for the youth are good. But when do we decide to deal with their issues? Just like when they need a man in their life, because so they could sit down and they could talk about things that's going on in their minds, things that's going on in their heart. They have no one to talk to. So the first thing that, and I'm not saying nothing wrong with the therapy work, but therapy work on one aspect, but then you start medicating them. They need open forums to speak so that they can let go the things that's inside of them.
They have a lot of the answers that we don't even know about, that we done ignored. And we listen to everybody on the panels and everybody who has ideas and the lawmakers and things of this nature. But we need to listen to them. The children are going to school now. They're hiding guns outside. Once they hide the guns outside, they go to school, they come back and they run to their spots to pick up these guns. How I know this? Because I've been told this by students. These are the things that we all know about, but how do we become effective? See, the goal is becoming effective. So now we give them carpentry, we give them all these aspects, art and everything like that, but they still have the inner issues that haven't been dealt with. So now when they become successful or graduate with these things, what happens is that once this pain is inside them again, right, they straddle the fence. And if everybody know what straddling the fence is, it's not an easy walk. So now a lot of times when we go into also, like I said, boots on the ground, right? To me, boots on the ground means, right, making a difference in numbers with help, with reaching out, support, and every effort that's honestly made from ourselves. We got people that we should call together, organizations that has 20 families here, 20 families there, 10 families here. We need to all come to unite. We were saying something about the overflow. A lot of organizations say they have overflows. We wouldn't have these overflows if you can connect with another organization who don't have an overflow that can help you in that aspect as well as it's helping the victims and everyone else. I have a grandson, and my grandson is 6 years old. I'm afraid for my grandson at 11 now because the shooters are 13 years old. I don't want my grandson to be a victim or a perpetrator. So I had to guard his life. I also had to be concerned about my grand neighbors. See, because when we came up, right, a lot of people said, you got to be new school. But old school values is what helped make better people out of a lot of us. And when all that stuff, when all the old school values was taken off the table, people don't even look at old school values. Old school values was unity, coming together, working the problems out, getting to the issues. And we know that we got a lot of solutions, but the young ones and the ones that's going through this are the ones who's experiencing it with their friends or know somebody like that. They have the answers. And I constantly beg organizations, let's get together. Let's partner, collaborate. But these partnerships and collaborations are good. But then when we find out that a lot of people say, I don't want to go to this organization because they're arguing with another organization. So when they see that, right, they've stuck back in the situation where they already were in the streets. So a lot of times, like, I think that what we need to do is, like I said, come up with a council of imams. A council of organizations and schools and all these here, meet at least once every 2 months. Then we can sit down together and we can meet and we can greet and we can come together with solutions that's going to be effective and come to solutions where as though we listen to these children, these teenagers, these young adults as we have them in these programs. Because once we do it in an open forum, right, it also helps like our success rate because it's coming from the heart. Because see, one time one of them children or teenagers are let down in our organizations or let down by someone, it's always pointing the finger. We have to make sure that we be in a position where as though we can't let them down. We got to know about them. Every day this gun violence is getting worse. 50 murders a month. This is the average. Sometimes 4 a day, 5 a day. Mistaken identities. Like I said, and I'm going to end with this here. We got to stop pointing the fingers at the political figures and the police department, because they're not the only ones out here that we got to depend on, especially when we have men and women, right, who's sitting back and not doing anything. And we know them. in some of these organizations, like I said, we pull one man out of, again, I'm going to say this one more time, pull one man out of every, I'm not asking to pull the women out. We got probably about 40, 50 organizations. Do you know what we can do with boots on the ground if we get one man? So with that, I thank you for your time, and thanks for inviting me.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate you for all the work that you're doing. Thank you for taking time out of your schedule. And I think you're basically saying collaboration is key. Unity is key, and working together goes a long way in helping us address this issue of senseless gun violence. I have a question for Reuben Jones from Frontline Dads.
Yes.
So, Reuben, give us an update on, we know there were some shootings outside of Volk schools and Volk school recently, and you and your team on Frontline Dads went and did a movement around safe corridors, right? And, for me, that's an alternative to policing, right? And what I mean by that is an opportunity for the community to step up, right? And participate in keeping the community safe. And so give us an overview of what your initiative is, how it started, what it looks like today, future plans in the future as well.
Yeah, thank you. So on October 8th, a young man was murdered. A 13-year-old young man was murdered on his way to Rhodes Middle School. It was heartbreaking. I grew up in that neighborhood, and it hurt. When my friends is alumni of the school, so we talked. We sat down and talked. What we do. And so we just decided to mobilize some. Let's get some people over there and just serve as a beacon of hope for these young people. So we called a real quick meeting. About 25, 30 people showed up, said they wanted to do it. They had some concerns from other schools as well. So we deployed and we moved them out. That Monday, we got, I think we had about 8 people at Rhodes and then some folks at other schools that Monday. So we talking about literally quick deployment, no red tape, right? And we wasn't doing it for money or, whatever. We just wanted to be the answer to some of the problems in our neighborhood, in our community. So it's that time. We've been out there every day. We got little, yellow vests just to kind of be at this a visible deterrence. That's what we want to be. Visible. We engage the young people. We engage the parents coming to pick their kids up, drop them off. We engage the neighbors just walking by. And the one thing that we've done, we're not there to take over anybody's school. We want the families who have children attending those schools and communities attending that school to really take over this role. If there's some conversations gonna come from it, because I know the school district got this RFP out now, and I just want to be clear to this body: we are not soliciting money for our organization. What we do want to do is put some money in the hands of those community members who are stepping up to the plate to say, I want to serve my community. I want to protect the children who go to this school because I think their time is valuable. I think their commitment is strong. At the corner of 29th and Clearfield Road sits at, it's a very busy intersection. So what the ask we did make was that, can we get a crossing guard? Can we get some speed bumps here? And this is the way that we as a community can protect and serve our young people. So that's how it started. Right now, where we at is we have a request for a minimum of from 5 other schools who said, "Hey, we like what y'all doing. Can y'all come help us?" Obviously, we personally don't have the capacity to expand, but we're recruiting other people in those neighborhoods to say, "Hey, this school needs you. You live around the corner. If we gave you some compensation, would you be willing to spend an hour or two a day, 1 hour in the morning, hour in the afternoon, just supporting the kids coming back and forth?" And people are saying yes. Overwhelmingly, they are saying yes. So this is a movement we're trying to grow, just localized community support. Like you said, communities taking care of each other. I mean, that's the way it used to be. We just really return to that. And I give you an added level to it. When I was going to school, they had this thing called the school safety program. We hoping that we could motivate folks to bring that back, or at least we can include the young people to be a part of this. So we got kids at the school who attend the school. If we can find a few young leaders at each school, we could get them a little stipend and come out there and be a part of this team as well. Um, so that's where we at, and we just hope to continue to grow and support, particularly the younger schools, the elementary schools, the K-8 schools, where there's a lot of dangers with crossing streets. There's a lot of dangers with some of the older siblings are taking the younger siblings home, and we gotta, And I'll be honest, I have young children in school. Me and my wife pick up and drop off for the most part, but seeing some of these younger um, students, I'm talking about a kindergarten or first grader being taken home by a fourth or fifth grader. That kind of scared me a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, because there's a lot of nefarious thoughts and activities out there that could put these children in danger. And I can tell you at 29 and Clearfield, a lot of the commuters aren't as concerned about the welfare of the children. They zip through those crossings and make those turns without any care or concern for those children. And we need somebody to stand in the gap for them. So that's what we've been doing. We understand the RP, I think, went out yesterday. So groups will start applying and getting compensation for doing this. I know Anthony Murphy, his team at Town Watch are doing it as well. I know they're probably stretched thin with all the schools in the city, but we're just doing our part to organize community folks to step up.
Well, thank you for your service, and I know you've been on the front line for years, ever since I first known you, doing this work, and so just continue to keep up the good work. Just want to make sure we provide a platform for people to recognize this is an example of really the neighborhood just stepping up, and figuring out a way on how they're going to get involved, and hopefully it becomes contagious, because at the end of the day, these are children of people who live inside their neighborhoods, and at the end of the day, parental involvement plays a major role. Community involvement plays a major role at the end of the day, because they are our children. We know who the kids are. And so I think this is the perfect opportunity for people to have an opportunity to step up and figure out how they can get involved. That's the presence alone is good, in the sense of message that somebody's paying attention, somebody cares. People will think once or twice before you're not just going to do any old thing, when you see there's a presence out there. And so thank you for your time. Thank you for your dedication. And thank you for being here today as well. I'm going to wrap up with this last question to Brother Khalif.
So I'm here.
Yeah, and Brother Khalif, my question is with you with the Beloved Care project. And we met in terms of you doing group work with young people. And just give us an idea of where you're at with that particular program and how you have utilized the Beloved Care project to tap into the minds and the hearts of some of our youth.
I thank you for coming back to that question, right? Because I was so engaged on what I was saying about the safe haven. But what we do at the Beloved Care Project, we do multiple of things. We do rallies inside the neighborhoods where these crimes is happening. We do anti-gun violence rallies. Then we also go outside of the areas and we do call for support rallies, trying to bring in numbers to come into our communities, right, to help us with support, right? Then also we do a project called Listening to the Children, Listening to the Teens, where we take all over the city, right? And when we give the children a platform so that they can speak and let themselves in open forum speak about the gun violence, their situations with family members and things of this nature going on in schools or their futures and stuff like this. And it can be a very tearful event, right? Then we also do a project, which we have been doing. In this project, we deal with the issues that I was speaking about, the issues, like a father in my life, a mother in my life. Crime is not an option. Neighborhoods together, the mental health, the physical abuse, the respect of the love for a parent, the love that a mother had for a child. Crime is not an option. And we come into these settings and we sit down and we let them express and tell us about these issues, because I think that these are the issues that heal them, and they bring it from a gut level. A lot of times when we in these sessions, the children, because they're together, they open up more often than they would if they sitting down on a one-on-one platform with you. And when they open up, by the time they get to the third child, that child has more confidence and open up about talking about what they need to talk about. And by the time we go around the room and get back to the first child, it automatically makes them go ahead and express the things that they didn't express before. They talk about the things that's going on about the gun violence. They talk about the things that they see of who has a gun or somebody in their family having a gun. They really open up, but see, it's in a closed forum where we let them know that nothing will leave this room. And when they finish, they be hugging, they cry together, and then they look at each other and say, "Listen, you're not from this neighborhood, I'm not from this neighborhood, but we all have the same issues." And they work it out and they become family orientated. So this way, I'm with this way because like when we were raised up that whatever was in the family, we took it to the community. Now we have to take it to the community so that we can take it back into the family, because a lot of times, believe it or not, the children have to raise the adults now. So this is what we do with the Beloved Care Project. And now with this collaboration that I'm under a lot of educated women in this organization, in these three organizations. But what I bring is the streets, the reality of it that they don't know about. That they don't know about our homes, our lifestyles, our neighborhoods, and what these children are going through. And this collaboration is so beautiful because there's no big I's or little U's. And we also evaluate and assess each other so that we can all be held accountable for our organizations and what we're doing. So it's a beautiful relationship, and we have a collaboration room, which I am in now, these rooms that we have now is a collaboration room, which we consider to get other organizations to come in and collaborate with us in these rooms at these tables and things like this. And we're located on 56 and Chestnut Street. Right on the corner of 56 and Chestnut.
Well, listen, thank you again always for your hard work, your dedication. And thank you, Ruben, as well. And we appreciate y'all for providing this testimony, official testimony, to the Special Committee on Gun Violence. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. We will now go into public comment. Will the clerk please call the first individual for public comment?
Julie Felina.
Julie, are you
Hello?
there?
Yes.
Hey, Julie, just state your name for the record and you can begin.
Yes, hi. My name is Julie Felino. I'm just speaking from someone who wants to get involved. If anything, I've listened all day. I would love to connect with everyone who has been speaking, if I could, on some level, and kind of read what I wrote on my own. When recently attending a 40-hour training on procedures and interventions to use with autistic children and adults, the light began to go off, if correct, that a core component of ABA or the field of applied behavior analysis is that the environment has a crucial, if not number one, role in development of behaviors. With this being the case, as it was a constant discussion about learned behaviors being created to our environment and what we observe others doing every day, it is clearly obvious that ABA applies to all the disparities and setbacks that exist in some of our toughest inner city neighborhoods. It's not rocket science to figure out that if you see a certain behavior being displayed day in and day out, and witness the behavior being reinforced, the odds of you engaging in that same behavior are great. Is this not the main focus of ABA? And yes, ABA does address components of the inner city and environment when creating programs to help children overlook circumstances and still maintain a successful life. Yet I think applied behavior analysis could go much deeper, even to the point of creating a diagnosis based on if a person is born and raised in the city, giving questionnaires related to what they see and witness as behaviors every day in their environment, or a level of their measure of hope and fear living in their environment. I am not suggesting to place parents in a position of having been screened for child abuse, as much of what children witness occurs in the home and could very well fall under criteria for child abuse. Knowing that these parenting cycles are one of the learned behaviors we are referring to. Yet my idea is to have a checklist for children to maybe recognize that their behaviors have been learned and shaped from what they see around them every day.
and allowing children to see and learn that their behaviors have been learned and shaped, we can begin to create and implement programs such as specific social skills and life skills programs for children given this diagnosis of some sort that is based on criteria for children living in urban environments. Such programs could be how to avoid if approached with someone trying to get you to use or sell drugs, understanding why we need to work, practicing mock interviews in order to assist in getting jobs, seeing the impact of their decision making, etc. There are community networks that help give jobs and promote job experiences, and at the same time, there are social skills training that include mock interviews, but the majority are done with autistic children in suburban environments. In fact, when researching ABA and how to change inner cities and researching types of this source, most research that popped up was on how to teach more about autism in the inner cities, or simply much research showing why the inner city communities are in such desperate need of a change while facing skyrocketing crime numbers and poverty and joblessness. If ABA is based on the idea that all behaviors can be learned, why do we continue to let inner city youth suffer from lack of positive role models or more of them and positive activities and such programs mentioned in their communities? Yes, children see and witness volunteers in their neighborhood giving out food or servicing the public in some form or fashion. Yet they may see this person as having an unattainable skill that they cannot have, which is far too often the viewer perspective of a child from an inner city. And although they may have a parent or even two working, they may still see disadvantages those parents face due to circumstances and discriminations within various systems placed in our society. If inner city youth are facing higher percentage rates of danger compared to students in the suburb areas, simply due to a lack of social and life skills needed for a successful life, why are we giving more of such trainings and teachings, if at all, to children mainly on the spectrum? If a highly autistic child can be taught at a young age skills once believed never possible, who is to say that we can't create programs to change the mindsets and overall learned behaviors being created from seeing change of behaviors in the inner city environment? Children are seeing negative behaviors being reinforced with money, fear of police being reinforced by bad actions of many more, people escaping the pain of with drugs only to continue to search for that reinforcement of removing the pain. When you see people in your neighborhood not working and selling drugs or using the system to do so because they're being reinforced with that money, the core component of ABA says that these behaviors will most likely be repeated unless there is a system in order to teach replacement behaviors. Such programs could teach a person that if we work for the natural social reinforcer, which is clearly our main reinforcer, earning a wage. If children are seeing only these cycles of behavior because the person modeling has never seen or been taught otherwise, what do we expect but for cycles to continue to go around and around? If children on the spectrum can be taught anything, why can't inner city youth be taught at an early age how to adjust and assimilate with some of the social norms expected in society that may not be learned otherwise? Again, such programs such as Big Brothers exist, yet 1 hour a week may be hardly enough. A detailed social skills, life skills with self-esteem enhancement component curriculum for identified students in schools could be used daily with various levels of programs based on ages and development. Programs could consist of self-esteem training. Programs could also help children understand when developmentally most are at the age and capable of understanding consequences of actions, the problem with engaging in criminal activity at a young age, and how once trapped into the system, it is hard to get out and rebuild your life. Trainings could even relate to the youth with different rap artists and lyrics. Meek Mills, for example, who recently won the Nelson Mandela Award for a current song called Mandela. In this song, he talks as if he is speaking to the youth, discussing how he was trapped into the criminal justice system due to the cycle he saw growing up, repeated from the cycle his father saw growing up. He has a lyric stating, "Help the people in my environment, my requirement, say it loud. I won't be a product of my environment, say it again. I won't be a product of my environment, we're playing to win." As someone of my background, white and female, one would believe I should not be listening to Meek Mills, but since his early days with a song called Heaven and Hell, with the hook, some people go to college, some people go to jail, I thought he had a message that was relatable not only to youth, but the entire world, with lyrics similar to Tupac, who many believe is a revolutionary. I believe Meek Mill has so much passion in making a difference in revamping the criminal justice system, especially for minorities, that I believe if I had a connection with him, he would buy into my program. Anyone got a connection? The point is not about Meek Mills and various artists whose lyrics contribute to the social skills, life skills, self-esteem enhancement program, but the point is that children can be taught the concept of learned behaviors and how cycles are created in our environments. Once again, pointing out the crucial role that environment plays, hence again the core concept of applied behavioral analysis. Another key point in mentioning the above is not is that there are ways to grab children's attention and reach them with relatable, meaningful, and effective programs. As private prisons continue to determine the amount of beds they may need based on reading scores of third graders combined with certain demographics, which is a debate whether actually true, we continue to be reactive to the issue rather than proactive. Not only starting early intervention educationally in schools, we also need to screen to train for the necessary skills one needs in order to succeed in life while having the appropriate social and emotional skills to take them through the process.
Thank you very
I'm not
much.
sure if I was able to finish all that. But again, if I could just get contact of everyone who spoke on an email level or something, I would love to connect and I'm trying to be a part of something. I have connections with Wally Jones, who was an old-time basketball player, and he's trying to do a Stop the Violence program. He did something in the city a few weeks ago. He's in Florida. He does a lot in the city back and forth. I'm currently working at an alternative school. I'm still in the field of ABA. I worked at a group home for 3 years with teenage girls prior to what I'm doing right now. So thank you for listening. I am so grateful I got to listen to everyone today, and I am amazed at the wonderful things people are doing. And if I can connect with anybody, that's my main point here.
Well, awesome. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for your
Okay,
time.
is this Mr. Kenyatta Johnson? No.
Yes, it is.
I also am a good friend of Milton Senior Jr., who is Sharif Johnson's his uncle, Milton Street. I'm sorry, Milton Street. I'm kind of all over the place.
Yeah.
Milton Street Senior, who was trying to do a proposal a few years ago, is trying to write something for help him, where he had an idea to hire people in the city, get these kids, pay them, find money in the city to pay them to go around and, talk to other youth. And if they can earn money for it, we can get them a job if there's a way to do that. But I just want to connect. I know you guys have been talking all day. I appreciate what everyone is doing. I said all that. I say what I say in there because some people look at me and would assume I'm not. I grew up in Southwest Philadelphia. I graduated from Bartram. I went on to get a master's in criminal justice. I went on to get a master's in elementary special ed. I've been all over the richest people's mansions to serve their children who are autistic, and I just don't understand why more money can't be in the cities. I just don't understand. So, thank you for listening. If I can connect with anyone or get anyone's connection on any level, I would.
My staff will follow up with you.
Thank you. You are awesome. You guys are all awesome for your time. Everything. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. This concludes the special committee on gun violence. We thank everyone for taking time out of their busy schedule and participating on this hearing. Thank you very much.